There we go. There we go. There we go.
Hey, I'll be back in a bit, JB.
Okay, okay, okay,
All right.
okay. Take your time, man. Take your time.
Yeah,
Just
I know you can hold it there. Go ahead.
just mod me up in the chat so I can post the link until the mods get here. I should be you should see me in the chat. Hey, good morning,
Oh, I go to YouTube
everybody.
for that. I do it right now.
Okay, okay. I appreciate it. Good morning, Beak. Artie Chico. Raz girl. Raz girl. My Raz girl. Hold on a second, y'all. I'm for real. I'm for real just getting started today. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let's see. Let's see. We had a we had a goddamn I'm at a I'm just getting out of here. Hold on a second. I think John modded me up, so I'm gonna post the link in a second here. But yeah, we really just getting started today, man. Good morning. Good morning. I ain't gonna lie, man. One of the best things about trucking is being on the road. You know, it's a job where you could be very disciplined. You start looking at your bank account and shit. I'm like, God damn. God damn. What the hell? All I'm doing is driving. I ain't even doing nothing. I'm just driving. Start looking at that bank account. Thursday, that's when they be dropping the checks now. I remember back in the day it used to be Friday. But now, it's they, they direct deposit hit on the Thursday, you know. And me, I'm nigga shit. Nigga shit. It's hard for niggas to save money. So what I do, I just take a little bit here and there, throw it in my brokerage account every check. Just keep it like that. But what's crazy though is when you're on the road, you don't really have to spend that much money. If you pre-pack your meals, you got everything ready. You don't really got to spend that much when you're on the road. Go ahead. Yeah, 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 yeah. Go ahead, four-wheeler. Go ahead. You ain't really got to spend too much while you're on the road. You just go from point A to point B. Make sure you don't kill nobody. And that's pretty much it. You know, I think that's the best thing about trucking is just get to save some Skrilla. Hold on, let me see if I can. Oh, 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 this road is crazy. This road is bouncy as hell. Hold on a second. Hold on. Yeah, I'm out in the middle. This is what you call cracker country out here. We out in the middle of cracker country. This is super cracker country where the girls don't go all they teeth, but they still beautiful. You live in a big city. Most girls got nice teeth in big cities. They got braces. They mamas can afford. Mama and daddy can afford braces. They got good health care. You go out in the country, you gonna meet some corn-fed women with no teeth. Like, goddamn, how you eat that corn in the cow with no teeth? Nasty ass. But that's what makes them beautiful. They are nasty. Little freak nasty. Yeah, little freak nasty. Hey, Angel, good morning. Good morning. Angel, good morning. What's going on, man? All right, I'm gonna post the link. Matter of fact, I'm gonna drop the let me see. Let me see if I can let me see if Portia put it back here or not. I don't know. I don't know. No, no, she didn't put it back here. No, she didn't put it back here. But you guys are trucking with HB2N and John Galt. We're on the road. We're on the road to 500 subscribers. So if you are new here, please hit the like button, subscribe. Um, and of course, if you want to help get me a lot lizard, hit that Cash App, $ HB2N. And just in case you're not sure what a lot lizard is, a lot lizard is a lady that hangs out at truck stops that gives blowjobs. So if you wanna donate to that fund, I really appreciate it, man. But this is Gone Trucking with HB2N and John Galt. John Galt had this great idea. Let's get some sights and scenes of HB on the road. We're working on it. We're working on trying to get a little bit better setup, for live streaming because, you know, there's a lot that goes with it. A lot of times I'm out in the middle of the country, so the Wi-Fi is not all that well good. So I might have to get Wi-Fi set up, and then you gotta think about the camera. So it's a lot going on. It's a lot going on. I'm about to let me post the link real quick. Give me 1 second, you guys. Hold on a second. Hold on a second. I'm playing one of John's crazy videos in the meantime. It's a little commercial break. We're gonna play one of John's tenant videos real quick. Here we go.
Filth. You like living in this filth, nigga. You ain't got no water. Nigga, you had no water. These two dreadhead niggas ain't got no water. You spent the night with Omar. Neither do these dreadhead niggas. You slept the night with a man. You got no water. You slept with a man. Go take a bath. I bet you can't take a bath. Go take a bath. Go take a bath. I was in my bitch house when you was fucking a nigga downstairs. I'm about to go shit upstairs. I was in my bitch house when you was fucking a nigga downstairs. I'm about to go shit upstairs. Go record that. Go record that. Go record the nigga you was fucking downstairs. Hey, like, come on, man. Hey, say it again. Neither one of these niggas got water. Neither one of these niggas got no water. Oh, he got water. Neither one of these niggas got no fucking water. You got water? Do you got water? Do you got water? Hey, one of you motherfuckers. I got resources. That's all that matters. Hey, man, shit. You ain't got no water.
You got water? Do you got water? Damn, man. That shit is sad. Them niggas was still in there, man. Them niggas was still going in there, man. That was crazy. No water, no electricity. Niggas was still had the time to go smoke some weed, Niggas still had time to go smoke some weed. It's crazy. It's crazy. Let's see what we doing here. Hold on a second. Only to the what's going on, Stanley? Hold on, I gotta read these signs. Right lane closed ahead. Okay. All right. So that means I need to get over to the left lane. And see, that's the thing too about trucking. You gotta read every single sign. Sometimes I gotta read them to myself. Sometimes I gotta read the signs to like I gotta read them out loud, like I'm in the 5th grade, just to like get it, But I'm in Iowa. I'm headed to Illinois. Iowa and Illinois is pretty close to each other, so. Iowa is a big empty state with a whole bunch of there's some construction guys. Big empty state with a whole bunch of cornfields, corn-built women. It's a nice bunch of churches. It's a pretty cool state though. I like Iowa. It's pretty chill. You know what? One thing I like about Iowa, there's a lot of truck stops out in Iowa. A lot of Indians live out in Iowa. You know, that's the thing too. These Indians, they're everywhere, man. You could be out in the middle of nowhere. You stop at a gas station, you're gonna see some Indians. You gotta be careful with the food though, 'cause you don't know what these Indians be doing. I always watch those Indian videos of them like preparing food and stuff. God damn. Yeah. Those people are insane. Those people are insane. Now you see this turn right here. My rule of thumb, when it says 30 miles per hour for the ramp, you guys might be able to see that sign. When you're in a truck, you always want to follow those signs because um your trailer can tip at any moment. Your trailer, if you're like right now I'm empty, so your trailer can literally tip if it's 40-mile-per-hour winds. If that wind hits that gust of wind hits an empty trailer hard enough, 40 miles per hour, you could tip this whole goddamn truck over. And when you're hitting turns, that that it becomes a lot more realistic that you could actually tip if it's some wind. So you gotta be careful. Now, if you're fully loaded, you could probably make it in probably 60, 65 mile per hour winds. After 65, now you're like you're kind of gambling at that point. A little bit of shooting the dice, you know. But what I will say about Iowa, they do have some nice roads out here. I would say the worst state as far as roads is Michigan. Michigan has the worst roads. I think part of it is, the weather out there. Michigan really gets that lake effect from Lake Michigan, so they get a lot of lake effect snow, and you gotta, the snow freezing and thawing and freezing and thawing, fucks the roads up. But I also suspect, there's probably a lot of there's probably a lot of political things too, you know. In case you guys don't know, in Detroit, that's the hometown, or we had our mayor that went to the feds, Kwame Kilpatrick. So there's just a lot of corruption in Michigan. But it is a beautiful, beautiful state. Stanley Cross says, "Do you park and hunker down in the high wind conditions?" It depends. I've had to before, only maybe like once or twice, because I'm getting, the winds are so high, and this is like in the wind. This is like in the winter. The 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 winds are so high, I can't even keep the trucks straight. Like I'm over here overcorrecting. Like your main focus is to keep this truck in your lane, keep it straight in your lane. So in the winter, sometimes those winds get so treacherous. Like it's like, yo, I gotta pull over. I can't even keep this truck straight. And then two, if I gotta empty, all it really takes, if I got an empty trailer, all it really takes is one strong wind, and it's gonna tip me over. And your only rule out on these roads is keep this truck upright. That's pretty much the only thing you really got to worry about. You have a little fender bender here. All right, you can you can still keep your CDL. But that's the thing too about a lot of people don't realize that when you have a CDL, you're held to a much higher standard. You know, simple fender benders could, well, I'm not gonna say simple fender benders, but if I get in an accident and it's my fault and I kill somebody, yeah, Sam, I am. Keep the rubber side down. That's the main thing. That's like your only rule. Just keep the rubber side down. But when you got a CDL, you're you're always responsible. So you can never say, "Oh, well, my dispatch, they wanted me to get here on time." Man, fuck dispatch. If I don't feel safe, fuck them. Fuck them. If you want to fire me because I'm gonna park because I don't feel safe with these weather conditions, I got a CDL. I could find another job. I could go work in fucking Canada if worse comes to worse. Fuck them. I don't give a fuck. So, because what ends up happening if I'm riding in crazy conditions and I run into a family of Mexicans and kill them all, well, now I can go to prison for that. Well, you knew that the weather conditions were bad and you still decided to drive and you killed a family of six. Yeah, we're gonna send you to prison. You got a CDL, you know better. So, you know, it's it's a lot you got to worry about. But yeah, I've only had to pull over twice. I've only had to pull over twice when it's high wind conditions, and you want to find out which direction the wind is blowing to, so you can kind of park. You want to park towards the wind or against the wind, but you don't want to park to the side of the wind. So you want to park if the wind is blowing north, you want to park north. If that makes any sense, you don't want the wind smacking at your side while you're parked because it'll still push it over. So, uh, but Artie Chico said, "Are you owner operator? Don't they make more?" Yeah, I'm not an owner operator yet. I'm definitely getting to that point though. I've heard I have a lot of mentors in this trucking shit. I know people that are owner operators. I know people that own businesses. I know people that own trucking schools. So I get a lot of mentorship from different people. And one of the things that they tell me is get as much experience as a company driver first before you jump into that owner operator um, lane. And you want to get as much knowledge and experience as possible. But yeah, owner operators can make up to 3 to 4 times as much as a company driver. Now, the downside of being an owner operator though is you're responsible for everything. You're responsible for healthcare, insurance, life insurance, repairs, your truck, fuel. You're picking and getting your loads. You're responsible for everything. So that 3 to 4 times as much as I'm getting paid as a company driver. Excuse me, y'all. That company driver, and this is what I got a nice little I got a nice little cup of I got a nice little cup of Joe. So that kind of helps me on the road stay up. But I think the main thing is making sure I get sleep. On the road is so easy to misplace, to not get sleep. And it took me a while to really start to get comfortable. So for me, one of the main things is making sure my truck is very clean. I try to keep a very clean truck. I try to keep my bed, I got a bed in the truck. It's not the biggest bed, but I have like two of those firm those like little bed mattress things, like the I forgot what those things are called, but the things that you you put on top of the mattress. I got two of those things to keep my bed really to keep my bed as comfortable as possible. And you know, so that's really the things. I don't think coffee or caffeine pills or meth or speed or whatever you use is gonna. I don't think any of that stuff is better than that stuff is better than just good old sleep. You know, you can never really replace sleep. So I try to get at least the least amount of sleep I'm gonna get a night is 6 hours. And on a good night, I get 8 hours. Now, I will tell you guys though, I do take these sleeping pills. Now they're not like medical grade sleeping pills. They're like whole night. So I'm waking up
Um, are
refreshed, ready to
are you
go.
talking? Are
Angel,
you
good
talking about? Are you talking about like the ZQL kind of things that have like what is called melatonin? Because I think melatonin helps you sleep, if I'm not mistaken.
yeah. It's like this. It has melatonin in it, and it's like this melatonin. It has some other stuff in it too. It has some other stuff in it too. But
Hmm.
I don't take like heavy duty stuff either, cause I still gotta get up, man. And you don't want to be like addicted to stuff, but I'm telling you, like on the road, it's so important to get sleep. To me, it's just something I have to deal with. So it's not like a super medical grade sleeping pill. It's more of like melatonin. It's got some other shit in it. Um,
Is it prescription or is it something over the counter that you can get at like a Walgreens?
no. It's just something that you get at like a Walgreens. They just have it like sitting in the aisle. It's nothing prescription. I don't need like prescription. My issue is not
Yeah,
really getting to sleep. It's staying asleep. That's my issue. So like when I wake
I
up in the middle,
understand.
yeah. Hold on, let me see some of these questions in the chat real quick. Uh,
If Dubai
let's see.
asked
Artichoke
you,
said, yeah. You want to read that for me, Angel?
Yeah. If your girl wanted to be partner with you truck driving, would you like that? So more hours to drive and make money. If you want to answer and I can read them for you, I can do that. The HB.
Oh yeah,
So
yeah,
go
yeah,
ahead and answer.
yeah. No, I would, man. I think that's like the best case scenario for any trucker. If your girl has a CDL and she wants to come out on the road with you, that's the best case scenario. And I think that's what, truck being a trucker is a very hard um job, not because the job is hard, but because you're away from your family a lot. So if you have a girl that wants to be on the road with you and also drives, that's the best case scenario. But for me, you know, I'm not too much of a fan of team driving. I'm somebody that if I'm driving, I want to be in control. If I get into an accident, I want to be in control. I don't want my girl driving the truck while I'm asleep. I'm good on that. But my girl, my lady, she actually really wants to come on the road with me, and you know, I definitely wanna let her come on the road with me, but it is kind of tough out here. So I'm just trying to help her mentally prepare. She's actually seen my truck. She's been in my truck, so she knows kind of the space and what it looks like. And yeah, she's really looking forward to it. But it's kind of hard to keep up a relationship if you have a girl that's she doesn't want to go on the road with you. She doesn't want
Um,
to see
just,
what it's like.
just think of like as you say, you're away from your family a lot of
Yeah,
times, or most of the time, and probably the only time is the during later on in the years around the holidays. Just think of trucking like as though you're in the military, because a lot of military people are away from their families and they can't really be there, whether military or army. Basically, ones that serve for America, and truckers serve for America, just like the military and army and marines people do. So, and the people who are serving only come like maybe a short time a year, more than likely around the holidays, to visit their family. Then they have to go back to serving this country. And trucking is much like that, where you're serving for this
yeah,
country, but for the industries of where trucking is needed.
yeah. No, I agree. Now, Angel, I would never compare a trucker to somebody that served in the military because those people are
Well, it may
heroes.
not be
But
like very comparison, but they
yeah,
both a form of service where you're away from your family most of the time is what I
yeah,
was
yeah,
trying to
yeah,
get at.
yeah. No, no, you're 100% right on that. And I think it takes a certain type of takes a certain type of family to really support that. But for me, I just love the lifestyle, man.
Yeah. I mean,
Somebody who
I can imagine
grew
trucking
up,
being like easy, and like you get to see more of the world or of
yeah,
the like U.S. and parts or places you never thought you'd see before. And that's what I hear a lot of truckers say is they've gone to places that they've never imagined they'd be to, whether it be
yeah,
small, rural, urban, or as big as New York, but wherever their like destination takes them for the day is the new experience every day of the week for truckers.
yeah, yeah, yeah. And depending on where it's at, like I've been places where, I might not have to be somewhere to the next day a little bit later. So, I'll catch an Uber, or, I'll figure out a way to go somewhere, depending on where it's at. Now, if I'm out in the middle of nowhere, that
Mhm.
might be a little bit harder. But if I'm in like a major city, all I gotta do is catch an Uber, and I can go to the casino, go to the mall, uh, you know, go see you know, go see a lady, go see a lady, who oh look at
Speaking
that.
of a lady, good morning, Portia.
Yeah, speaking of a lady, look at that lady there. Portia. Portia.
Good morning,
Portia.
Portia.
Good
Good morning, Portia.
morning.
Happy
Good
Thursday.
morning. Yeah, me and Angel were just, yeah, we were waiting for you. We were waiting for you, Portia. Yeah, Portia's
Uh,
yeah, Angel, I
but
don't I don't blame you for having like a crush on Portia. She's a sweetheart, man.
well, it's not necessarily a crush per se. Like, regardless of it, I just sometimes like to just be entertaining to people, whether it be to a woman or a man. Because remember the other day I like joked about Maxwell Frost, where I asked, I wonder if Maxwell Frost is good to the last drop, and if anyone
Yeah.
got my like Maxwell House coffee reference, that's was just my little bit of comedic humor. There's another channel that I'm a part on where this lady called Crispy Treat, and I've often like to joke about her like saying that she's glazed like a donut is because her name is Crispy, and so I just like to have a bit of humorous fun with a person like Portia Crispy Treat, or if there's a particular name that is synonymous to a brand of that I've known for many years and do,
Yeah.
then I'll just add some humor to it.
What can you read this message for me?
Um, do you agree with the truckers' boycott of New York City?
Oh, 100%. Now, New York City is one of those places that I will not go. I'm not driving to New York. I'm not driving to, especially New York City. But I avoid the whole state. I honestly avoid the whole East Coast. I think the East Coast, they're very they're not very accommodating to truckers. Um
After you're done, Felix Smokes has a question above Artie Chico's, where Felix Smokes asks, most drivers do you think be Trump supporters?
I would say most drivers are Trump supporters. Now, of course, you got drivers out there that are Biden supporters. Um, because you'd be surprised. There are a lot of people in the rural areas, and this is what it kind of took me a while to understand this, but there's a the more you travel in the U.S., you realize that there's a lot of rural, very, very poor areas. So a lot of times these people have a lot more in common with like niggas in the hood than they do with, hardworking Americans. So I would say there are maybe, there are some or there are some Biden Democratic truckers out here, because even in the rural areas, you might get some Biden supporters, but for the most part, I think in middle America, trucking, it's pretty much all Trump conservative people. These are people that work hard, they believe in America, they invest in America, and they want to do something that helps America run. Truckers are, CT always says that truckers are the lifeblood of America, but I don't
And
think
I
people
do agree with
really,
that, because they really
yeah,
are. If you think about the history.
yeah, no, they really are. Like I'm passing a train, passing a train cargo ship right now. So all these trains this train right now is just bringing in a whole bunch of cargo trailers, and these trailers get fitted with tandems, and basically all these containers are going to be shipped somewhere off of a truck. So literally,
People also
the
realize
trucking
is,
industry.
what
Go ahead.
But also, what not a lot of people realize is the cargo that you see on trains, most of the time, like there's a train track not too far from where I live that has many trains pass by, and there'd be cargo from like UPS, Amazon, FedEx, etc. Is that these cargoes actually go on trucks later on?
Right. These all of these cargo containers, eventually they're gonna get shipped on a truck. So
Yep.
it's literally everything you have in your house has been transported on a train and then on a truck.
Yep.
Everything.
Exactly.
So we're literally the middleman for all your products, all your goods, all your food. Everything gets shipped. You know, even
Yep.
even so, it's one of those things where I think it is kind of a very conservative um, line of work, because you are right there, and you do see how a lot of things are really operated in America. You see these warehouses,
Yeah.
you see how much work is being done out here, you know. So it's a yeah, I would assume most truckers are I
Actually, he's asking you, but I want to answer this because, like, Artie Chico is asking, have you watched Shipping Wars HB? Before you answer HB, brother, that and Storage Wars. and American Restoration are like was one of my all-time favorite like shows on A&E and the History Channel. I've watched Pawn Stars from time to time, but
Oh
American
yeah.
Restoration, Shipping Wars, Storage Wars, whether it be the original Storage Wars New York, Storage Wars Miami, or Storage Wars Texas, they all were my favorite form of reality show. But my everyone's favorite character was that Roy guy on Shipping Wars, and I actually love his determination and everything he brought within Shipping Wars. I loved the episode where he voluntarily bidded zero on a Buzz Lightyear kiddie ride that was for a very special reason.
Yeah, no, I've never, Angel, I've never watched Shipping Wars. I've watched the Ice Road Truckers though. Those guys are crazy. Those guys are crazy.
Well, I think you can find it on a free streaming service or some kind. I know
Yeah.
A&E's YouTube channel has many episode compilations uploaded, but Shipping Wars was one of my favorite shows during its run, and they tried to bring it back like a year or two ago, but
Yeah.
as soon as the original cast came to an end with Roy passing in 2018, and then all the other original cast, it just didn't seem as enjoyable as it was when it was revived in 2022 or some time around that. But
Yeah.
I did enjoy the original run of the show.
Yeah. Now I'm about to make this turn right here. Now the thing about turns is you have a trailer. You always got a 53-foot trailer. So when you're making turns, especially right turns, you always got to turn wide. And this is where a lot of truckers, they make mistakes because they don't turn wide enough. So I'm going to show you guys when you're turning, you don't just turn, oh wow, damn, I'm glad I'm paying attention because there's two streets, but I gotta be on this far left. This is why when you're a trucker, you always gotta read the signs because one wrong turn, now you're in a situation. Now you see I'm turning all the way into the other lane. You see this truck right here, but that's the only way I can make this turn. I gotta turn all the way into the other lane just to make the turn.
That's what I
And
see a lot of truckers do is that they have to go on the other side of the lane, the second next to the actual turning lane itself, because
yep.
it seems like turning on a truck is more difficult than what people realize and don't know why truckers turn on the different lane all the time.
Yeah, and that's one of the things too that they teach you as a trucker. Like the majority of streets and every highway is built for trucks. The even with the history of highways, that was all even with the history of highways, that was all started because they needed routes to get trucks from, port cities to middle America or just different just to be able to transport. So all the highways are literally built for trucks. That's why the lanes are as big as they are. But a lot of streets too, they're literally built for trucks. So that's just something that you learn as a trucker. Everything is kind of built for us to get to point A to point B. So that was the whole point of the highways and the interstates and all of those things was to transport goods by trucks, even like bridges and stuff, and all of that. So it's very interesting. But yeah. I've seen old people make turns and swing wide in a car. Yeah. Though a lot of times those people that swing wide in cars, they probably were truckers at one time because it's really hard to kind of break that habit when you're a trucker. It's easier for me to drive a truck than it is a car now. Um, just because you're so much more safe in a car or in a truck than you're in a car. So sometimes I'll do things like that. I swing a little wide when I'm driving, but I snap out of it pretty quickly though. Once I realize it. Yeah. John, what's going on, man?
Hey, John, welcome.
Good morning. Good morning. Gary and salute, man. Salute. But yeah. I just hit Illinois. So I was on the I was right on the border of Iowa and Illinois. So, it didn't really take me that too long to get to Illinois. So now I got about I got about 2 hours to get to my destination. And then after that, I think I got another, I don't know, maybe like 4 or 5 hours to get to my drop.
Um,
Ross girl, good morning.
Here's the question, and I'm pretty sure like there's a lot of them, but what's been like the most exciting shipment or trucking adventure you've ever delivered or been on?
Ah man, the most exciting. Ah man.
That's why I said
Uh
that there's probably more than one, and it'd be hard to like trim it down to just one. But if you know of like a place that really was the most exciting or the most fun you ever had, or something that you never thought you'd deliver before, it's just like where I'm just trying to get at. But if it's like too hard to pick one, then like what's been your top three places or deliveries you've ever done?
I would say Utah, Montana, and Texas. I think Utah because of how beautiful it is. Like Utah is just a gorgeous city or a gorgeous state. And when I was in Utah, I had to stop because there was elk crossing. There was like a elk the elk were migrating. So I had to stop the truck. The elk were migrating across the highway and everybody stopped and all the white folks were getting out of their cars, taking pictures and shit. And like you see an elk up close, it's like, God damn, these things are massive. And Montana actually, that was a state where I actually saw what are those things? A moose out there. I think it was a moose, and this moose came to a truck parking. It was like it was like in the middle of the night, and he was just walking through the truck stop, just walking through. And this thing was so fucking huge, it it could literally see inside my truck. I'm getting ready, and there's a fucking moose outside of my truck. This thing was yo, what type of dumbass question is that?
You read the chat.
Yeah, read
Do you
that.
ever pick
Read
up
that.
hitchhikers? Good morning. Do you ever pick up hitchhikers? How often do you see them? Ice Cube asked. Oh
Absolutely not. What's crazy though, there's a lot of states they have hitchhiking laws, so you can't pick up hitchhikers. But there's a few states that don't have hitchhiking laws. Kentucky is one of them. You see a lot of hitchhikers in Kentucky. I don't know what it is about Kentucky, but you see a lot of hitchhikers out there. And Yeah, I've never picked up a hitchhiker. I don't plan on it.
Oh, now I'm asking what kind of question was that? But it was hilarious. At least it got like the stream's mojo going, HB.
Yeah. I'm not picking up no dirty ass hitchhiker.
Oh
I
my
think
god.
the last one I saw was like some fat white lady. I'm like, ugh, ugh. Yeah, right. I ain't picking up no damn hitchhiker, man. Angel, would you pick up a hitchhiker?
Oh
Oh,
no, even if he tried to get me to stop, I wouldn't pick up no goddamn hitchhiker. They can go Mount
yeah,
Everest for all I care, and I still wouldn't pick them up.
yeah. But so in Montana, I did see a moose out there, and um, it was huge. His antlers were huge. It was so tall it could see right into my truck. And so I had to wait until it moved out of the way because a moose can actually knock over a truck. They're so strong and so big, they can use their antlers and knock over a truck. And if you honk at a moose, it might take that as a threat. So it might think you're another moose, or you honk at a moose, the moose might get horny and try to have sex with you. So I try to avoid that. But yeah, moose are. So I've seen moose, I've seen elk, obviously deer. You see deer in every state, but yeah, you don't want to tempt a moose because a moose will try to have sex with your truck, and my truck is still a virgin. I don't want a moose violating my truck like that. I haven't come up with a name for my truck yet. Most guys, they name their truck a lady name. A lady. But I haven't thought of a name yet. I was thinking like uh Bessie, but I don't really like Bessie. I don't know. It's not a really good name. But damn, why does that look like? Looks like a freaking tornado's about to form. I don't know. That's what I worry about too. Portia said I should name her Cherry. Cherry. I'm not mad at that. Cherry is that's actually a pretty nice name. Cherry. Ah. Angel, read that real quick.
Name your truck Stanley. Oh
Yeah. I think that's a terrible name for a truck. You see, the thing is, you never want to
my.
name you never want to name your truck a man's name
But
because you don't want to be inside of a man. I mean, I don't know if you thought about that or not, but
but I don't know if you read Richard's question, HP, but would you pick up a hot hitchhiker? I don't know if you saw or if I read
let
that
me.
from a few minutes ago or we may have
Oh,
missed
okay,
it.
okay. Thank you, Angel, because I can't really read the chat too much. So if you see a message, definitely let me know. Now,
I
Richard
will.
said,
Yeah, HP,
uh,
but would you pick up a hot hitchhiker?
oh man, that's a
Uh,
that's a tough
even even
question.
if even if she was the goddamn model case number 25 from Deal or No Deal, I still wouldn't even pick up a hot hitchhiker.
Yeah, honestly, if she's hot, I would think that either she's a cop or she's probably gonna kill me. But Richard, I'm a simp, so yeah, I'll probably pick up a hot hitchhiker. Yeah, yeah. If she was hot, yeah. I'm not gonna lie to you. She's hot, yeah. I might pick her up. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Oh man, like a hot white chick. Oh yeah. A little bit of dirt on her face. Yeah. Like if I saw Grace, if I saw Grace broke down, her van broke down and she's on the side of the road, I might pull over for Grace. If Ben tries to get in here, we're taking off though. Get the hell
And
out of here, Ben.
and Artie Pico had asked, and I think this was to you. Would you pick up Angel?
Ah, well, I know you, Angel. So I know you. So if I saw you stuck on the side of the road somewhere, I'd probably pick you up. But that's only because I know you. Now, if I didn't know you, absolutely not. Honestly, Angel, if I saw you on the side of the road, I might try to hit you, man. I don't. I'm, I might try to hit you, man. But since I since
Um,
I, since I know you though, yeah, no, I'd pick up Angel. If I saw any of you guys stuck on the side of the road, I'm like, oh, that's Richard.
you
That's
know,
Richard from the chat. Oh yeah, I pick Richard
oh
up,
my
man.
gosh. You guys are like I'd say that I think you feel the same way. This like these last 20 minutes is like getting my Thursday morning off to a really great start. I actually just made coffee a little bit ago, and I don't like to drink coffee straight from the coffee maker of mine. I usually
Oh
like to
wow,
let it sit for a little bit to cool down to a proper temperature, and then add my creamer or whatever sugar and flavoring I may add, and then drink it
yeah,
throughout the morning. But I probably only drink coffee maybe about 2 or 3 times a week. It's not an everyday
yeah,
kind of thing.
yeah,
And believe it or
yeah. Me
not, I
too.
make
Me too.
I make these sizes of coffee. This is a 22 ounce travel mug.
Oh wow, wow, wow. Yeah, I don't
That may
I
be
don't
a
drink.
lot to some, but the measurement of grounds actually don't multiply the caffeine within the beverage. Much like if you had a soda machine that was like a coffee maker. No, I ain't talking about no soda stream because you have your own droplets. But like, let's say
Yeah,
if the droplets was in like a filtration system where you put it 5 drops and you could choose your size of a 24 ounce bottle size. The amount of drops of like liquid that you put in is much like the amount of grounds of scoops that I put in. It doesn't multiply the amount of caffeine. It just brings the beverage to the size portion that you select that people can understand.
yeah, yeah. Yeah, no, I try not to drink too much coffee on the road too. And if I do drink coffee, I try to get like a small cup because it makes it hard to fall asleep when you drink coffee. So
Yeah.
I might get a cup, maybe like 1 cup a week too. I try not to drink as much coffee on the road. Um, but yeah, no, I love a good cup of Joe. Why do they call coffee Joe? You know
I
why?
don't know. Cup Joe has been a long, like, phrase or saying for coffee for many years.
Yeah,
But in terms of why they call it, I don't know how, like, the origination came about. There may be another country that calls it, like Joe, that the America had adapted to.
yeah, yeah, yeah. I don't know why Ice Cube is asking these weird questions, but go ahead, ask
Do
that
you
one.
do you have a piss jar like John Galt's guest? Oh my
No,
god!
I don't have a jar, but if worst comes to worst, yeah, I'm a fucking piss in a bottle. Yeah, worst comes to worst, I'll just have to piss in a bottle. I've even had to one time I had to take a fucking crap on the side of the road, man. I had
Oh my god!
yeah, man. I had to this was when I first started, but I fucking got those jalapeno pepper chicken wings at Popeyes. And hold on a second. I don't know who this is. Hank uh,
I
uh
I don't know who he is.
okay,
But
okay, 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 okay.
oh wait,
Hey,
Daniel
Angel,
next
my
to
artist.
Hey, what's going on,
Oh,
man?
now I know who it is. Hey, Hank, nice to see you again, man. I wasn't too sure, but I want to go back. Danielle Nixon had asked a few minutes ago, would you pick up drugs for a cartel member?
Oh yeah, you know what, man? Oh man, I think man, I wouldn't, but I wouldn't. That's why I don't ever want to like go into Mexico because it's kind of common over there. They stop truckers a lot and tell them to hold this and take this across the border. We'll give you $50,000, but I don't, I would never do something like that, man. It's just too much of a risk, and I would be too. I would be too. I'm not somebody you want to trust with, 50 bricks of cocaine. I might disappear, honestly. I might just disappear with all that. So yeah, I'm not that type of guy, man. I know my lane. You give me 50 bricks of cocaine, it could get dark. They'll end up killing my whole family. So nah. But yeah,
Only
yeah,
if
yeah.
the only if the CIA asks me to. If it's not the CIA, who I don't care. I won't accept the quest.
Yeah, yeah. If the CIA asked, then yeah, I'll definitely help them out. But if it's the cartel, even though I think the cartel's working with the CIA anyway, but
Obviously.
yeah, yeah, I think that they're all working. But just to answer Ice Cube's question about the piss, I don't use a piss jar. I don't know who pisses in a goddamn jar. But yeah, I might piss in a water bottle if it's worst comes to worst. But I usually just try to stop at a truck stop or a gas station, or if I'm out in the middle of nowhere, I'll just piss in the woods somewhere. It is what it is. But there's
This
always a
is a
place.
truck stop coming in to get a break from hauling that load. We got coffee that's hot and ice that not. That's a little bit of home on the road.
uh, uh, let me see. Hold on. Let me see if there's any more question. So yeah, yeah. Hank, what's going on with you, man? How's your Thursday been going?
It's been going pretty good. It's one of my days off.
Okay, okay.
I'm working at
Where
a
you?
warehouse. I'm in
Oh,
Pittsburgh. I work in a warehouse.
okay,
Oh,
okay.
cool. Okay, that's cool.
Yeah, I'm on the road right now, so I'm a uh uh professional truck driver. You know, so I'm on the road right now. It's a little rainy right now, but we're trucking. We're keeping on trucking. So yeah, man. So what part of the country are you from, Hank?
Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. That's like eastern part.
Okay, 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 okay. Yeah, I go to Pittsburgh, or not Pittsburgh, but I go to Pennsylvania a lot. There's a lot of Amish out there, man. A lot of Amish.
Okay, that means you're near Philly.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah, 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 yeah.
um,
Yeah, I go to
um,
a place called Shippensburg, Pennsylvania.
Hmm.
Um and yeah, I just go to a lot of places, but there's a lot of Amish out there, man. When did they start letting women ride the buggies out there in Amish land?
I have no idea.
Yeah, they let women ride buggies now. It's kind of crazy.
I
I
guess
see
it's
a
getting
lot of
progressive.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was thinking too. It's like, man, they even letting the women ride the horse and carriages now, man. It's crazy out there. But I actually delivered to a Amish like a Amish farm before, and
oh,
these these guys, Angel, wait, these guys they filled up my truck by hand. Like
wow.
they literally put a wooden like ladder up onto the truck and loaded the boxes up by hand. It was insane. This was when I was running reefer still, So it was like some type of cheese product. I'm not sure what it was, but it took them motherfuckers like maybe like 2.5 hours. It was like 6 guys all together loading a trailer up by hand. It was insane. It
Was
was
it
insane.
53?
Yeah, 53 foot. Yep.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that sounds
I
about right.
yeah. I still couldn't believe it, man. These guys did it by like usually I've never seen anybody load a trailer by hand full. Like
Holy
full.
moly.
Oh,
Yeah.
I work at a parcel plant, so we always load the trailer by hand.
Ice Cube in the chat asked another question. Guessing it to you, HB. What's the salary like? Also, how does this compare to last mile trucking?
Last mile trucking. I don't know what last mile trucking
Oh,
is.
last mile's P&D, pickup and delivery.
Pickup.
Oh,
Yeah.
Oh, so you get paid for that?
Well, it's called. Some people call it last mile trucking, but mostly in it, like I usually call it pickup and delivery.
Oh, okay. Well, I think it all depends on the company that you're working for, depending on how much you make, and also how many miles you do. So I get paid per mile, plus I get paid for the delivery.
um,
So
does a company supply you the money for the gas, or is the gas taken out of your own money that you have to cover yourself?
no. They cover that. They cover that. I
Oh,
have
that's
like a
good.
company. Yeah, I have like a company card and they pay for that. So
Oh, okay.
with trucking, you don't really get a salary. It's per mile and per delivery for my company. So
Also, like compensation, pretty much.
right. It's not a salary job. I think you know, there are some jobs that do per hour, but with trucking, it's usually by the mile. Or if your owner operator is by the load, you kind of go through a broker and you negotiate that. So, I mean, I I don't like really talking how much, but just if you guys are really interested. Now me personally, I run really hard. Not everybody runs as hard as me. Like I'm running out my clock every day. I might leave an hour on it just to find parking, but I run out my truck my clock every day. I get up early. This week has been a little bit harder because I had to get some maintenance done. But I would say like in a year, we're looking at, a little bit north of 85 for the year. And I'm not even 2 years in. So, I think the more I drive, and I'm probably going to be switching jobs soon. So I'll probably be making, a little bit closer to the 90 to 100, depending on how hard I run. So, but it really just depends how hard do you run, how much do you work. I work a lot. I like to stay on the road a lot. So, a lot of people they like to take breaks. Some people they'll drive for a week and then they'll drive 5 days and then take 2 days off. Some people they drive 3 weeks and take a week off. I'm somebody that I'll drive a whole fucking month straight and then take 2 days off. So it just depends how much you like to drive and how much you're willing to put on the road. So if I just stayed out on the road all the whole year, I could easily clear 100, probably like 110 if I just stayed out on the road the whole time. But you definitely need some time to relax and catch up on sleep and see family and all that stuff. But I love being out on the road, so it's it is what it is. It is what it
Yep.
is.
I've
But
done some research. So, like a line haul trucker will make like like 1.5 times more than that P&D trucker, so approaching double. So it's pretty, but you had to train
Yeah,
more.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. No, Portia. Yeah, I have been. I have been on the road for a whole month now, and sometimes I tell you, I live in Chicago, so I'm one of those people that I would rather be on the road than being in Chicago. Like I hate going back to Chicago, so I'm like, man, I'll just stay on the road for another week.
The Gary and Arnold just asked at HB, what are you delivering right now, if anything?
I'm not delivering anything right now. I'm actually about to go pick up. I'm not even 100% sure what I'm about to pick up. I'm
Um,
probably gonna get there like 2 hours early. So
Um,
hopefully,
are most pickup and deliveries mysterious, or are there like deliveries that you are giving advance notice of what you'd be picking up and delivering for the load?
no, no, no. All I know is the company and where I'm dropping it off. I'm not 100% sure what it is though. So
Oh,
I'm
okay.
more than
So are
likely
most deliveries? Go ahead. Go
go.
ahead, HB.
Oh, no, no, no. You were about to ask a question. Go ahead.
So a lot of times you just know the company and where you're going to be picking up and taking it to. A lot of times you don't really know what exactly it'll be that you'll be hauling or putting on the truck.
Right, 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 right. So usually I don't know exactly what it is. They give you like a brief description, but it's not, you don't really know what they're putting on that trailer. You don't really know until you see it. So,
Yeah.
it just depends. But John Dunny, can you read that for me, Angel?
HB, can you save money, or does you're on the expenses add up?
No, no, no. And that's the thing. That's one of the really good things about trucking. You can really save a lot of money, man. I've been able to save just in my year and a half trucking. I've been able to save, um, I'll say close to like, well, a little bit north of five figures just in savings. Now, obviously I put that in my brokerage account because I just think it's better to have your money sitting in the market than just saving in a bank because you get more your money makes money for you. So, I just put it in blue chip stocks. So it's not like I'm gambling it really. But, it's a lot easier to save while you're on the road. You don't got to worry about, going out and going on, dates and going out to eat all the time. I pack food, so I'm usually prepared for the trip. Um, all my bills at home are a lot cheaper too, like, cause I even with my fridge, I just unplug my fridge now. I don't even really keep food in the fridge anymore. So, my electric bill is pretty much nothing. My heat bill and that's pretty much nothing. Now really all I'm paying is for like the internet and rent. So my bills are pretty much nothing now. So you know,
Arnie Chico is like asking if you want to highlight it. If you had to pick up one, Dahmer or Linwood.
Jesus Christ. That's a tough question right there. Dahmer or Linwood? Oh man. Ah. I would probably have to go with Dahmer only because he'd probably be a little bit more interesting than Linwood. Linwood would just get boring after a while. The talking about the system of,
Oh
of
my
white
god.
supremacy and non-black people. See, that's a non-black driver right there
Oh,
in the system of white
oh my
supremacy.
god.
Yo, San Jose, I thought you were Hawaiian this whole time. I didn't know you were a Filipino. I thought you were Hawaiian.
Uh,
I thought you were
hey,
freaking
San
Hawaiian.
Jose.
San Jose. I thought you were a freaking Hawaiian. You should have told me you were a Filipina.
Uh, oh my God,
Filipina.
that was good.
I thought you were a goddamn Hawaiian. You're just from Hawaii, so they must have a lot of Filipinas in Hawaii. I didn't know that. I didn't know that. Huh. But blacks or no American man said living in Chicago has to be a nightmare. Nah, it's really not that bad, honestly. It's just for me the issue of Chicago is the politics, the crime, and just being in a major city, man. Like I've always lived in a big city, and being out on the road, you just appreciate the country and the silence and just the beauty of fucking nature and shit, man. Like I'm so over living in a major city now, man. I'm just over it. I'd rather live out in the sticks.
Um,
Por there we go. There we go. Portia, good
Good
morning,
morning,
Portia.
Portia. Good
Good
morning,
morning.
Portia.
Good
Good
morning.
go. Ooh.
How's your
Ooh.
how's your Thursday so far? Guessing it's 7 or 8 a.m. where you're at, right?
Yeah, so it's not anything. I literally just woke up. So,
Ooh.
it's
Ooh.
early and
Ooh.
school is out right now. So I'm not
Ooh.
I'm not like up and at work and up and at 'em. I'll be more lively in about an hour or two.
Oh, Portia. Now, Angel, if I saw a Porsche on the side of the road, I- if I saw a Porsche, woo, woo,
You pick
yeah, I'd probably kidnap her. I'd kidnap her if I saw
uh
a Porsche.
oh.
Uh
oh Lord.
oh, uh oh. Probably tie her up, throw her in the back of the trailer. Oh, no, I put her in
You
the
want
back
me
of
to
the
die
truck.
back there?
No, yeah, you're right. I'm not gonna treat you like a freaking Mexican immigrant.
He has a sleeper cap, doesn't he? He'll put you there.
Y- Yeah. I put you in the sleeper. Yeah.
Wow, I really can't believe that y'all are talking about this like it's normal.
Yeah. I know. San Jose. Ooh, child.
Hey, San Jose. Hey,
Good
girl.
child.
Ooh, child. Ooh, child. Yeah. I would definitely kidnap Portia. Yeah, I would kidnap her. Yeah. Hey, you get crazy thoughts out here on the road. I think about Portia a lot when I'm on the road. Like, man, if I saw Portia, I would pull this truck over. I would hit a U-turn.
You're not supposed to make U-turns in trucks, right?
Nah, you're really not. You're definitely not. Yeah, a lot of people have died trying to make a U-turn with a truck. Hey, Angel, can you read this one for me?
HB, I was curious about efficiency. How many miles do you drive empty or not full per month slash week or whatever approximate?
Well, I get paid either way. So obviously, you want to drive more miles loaded than empty. So, it doesn't really make sense to drive 300 miles empty just to go 50 miles loaded, So I'm always driving more miles loaded than empty, but I get paid either way. So I really don't care. The only thing is I'd rather drive loaded just because of wind and those types of things and weather. The truck just it's easier to keep the wheels on the road when the truck is loaded. So um can you read that one for me,
Um,
Angel?
John Dunning asked HB, how many EV rigs are on the road about?
I have no idea. I know that they have them in Texas, and I know they have them in California. Now, I've never seen one. I've never seen an EV rig, so I really don't know. I can't imagine those things getting more than like 300 miles per charge. So it's probably short runs, probably from like a factory to a warehouse or something. Probably really short runs, but I've never seen them. They're
Yeah,
like the Loch Ness monster. I never seen that shit. But
yeah,
go ahead,
I've
Hank.
also never seen this EV rig. If they do have them, they have to be for line haul because otherwise it can't do long haul because it can't. They don't guarantee they'll get a plug.
Right,
So
right, right. Yeah,
Um,
I've never seen it. So Portia, I really do appreciate you bringing that topic yesterday. Um, about the guy that has over
um,
allegedly over 3,000 kids. That was a great
um,
topic, you know.
uh, the American Man, aka Black Dots, just asked HP, how much of the country have you seen?
I would say out of the 48 states, I've probably been to maybe like I'd say like 30. I avoid the East Coast at all costs. The farthest east I've been is like Massachusetts, and but I try to avoid the East Coast. So I try to avoid the East Coast and I try to avoid California. So I've been to maybe like 30 states. So I've seen a lot, man. I've seen a lot. It's certain things that I still haven't been to Florida. I've been to Alabama, been to Mississippi, been to Georgia, been to Maryland, Pennsylvania, Delaware, uh, pretty much all the Midwest states, North Dakota, South Dakota, Montana, Illinois, Michigan, Indiana, Kentucky, Tennessee, uh, uh, let me see, Idaho, Utah, Montana, Colorado, Texas. I'm trying to think. I haven't been to Arizona. No, I'm still thinking. I've been to a lot of states. I've been to a lot of them. So maybe like 30. But yeah, it's a lot of states I try to too many regulations. And New York, obviously, New York is probably the worst place to drive a truck for obvious reasons. You know, they have some cool setups in New York though.
when you say New York, you mean the whole state or NYC?
NYC. Yeah, I try to avoid NYC, man. Yeah, it's not enough truck parking, and the traffic is insane. It's not even really worth it. I get paid per mile, so I it could take me a full day just to go 50 miles in New York City.
Um, uh, I'm guessing, I don't, guessing so, but I'm not too sure, but I'll ask anyway. Has there ever been a shipment slash load that you've rejected upon arrival?
Yeah. Not the whole load, but I've had partial loads be rejected. Sometimes the people at the shippers, they load it up the wrong way. They might put too much weight on something, or just all different types of things happen. I have these things called load bars where, after they load it, I put these bars in there to keep everything secure. But sometimes the people, they'll load it up in a way where sometimes the pallets fail, they give. So I've had loads where, the boxes are all broken up and they'll just reject it. So I've taken home,
But
I've taken yeah,
um,
I've taken home.
yeah,
Oh,
I
oh,
mean, I mean, that like wasn't very exactly I was asking, but at least we know that companies like are very cautious of what they allow, and then like will take back with what something they don't want to be shipped afterwards in terms of
Right.
rejection. But have you ever like when it got to somewhere and then said, no, I ain't gonna deliver that? Sorry, like just rejecting a delivery because you say that you don't know what exactly you be delivering most of the time until you get there. I was just curious if you ever yourself have
Oh
rejected
no
a
no
shipment.
no 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 no. I don't
HB,
care. Yeah. Go ahead, Portia.
Yeah, go ahead,
after,
Portia.
after you finish your response, HB, I wanted to do a little bit of promo, and then we can answer some. You can, answer more questions, and then other people have questions for you in the chat.
Okay.
Um,
Okay.
American
Yeah.
man says, which state that you've been to has the hottest lot lizards?
Well, before you
Oh,
answer that, because that's what maybe I said it wrong. I wanted to do some promo before you answer some more questions.
okay. Go ahead, Portia. Go ahead. Do your thing. Beautiful.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Okay, great. Thanks. All right.
Gorgeous.
So guys, welcome. Good morning to everyone. We're glad to have you here for another episode of Gone Trucking with John Galt and HB. So we are raising money for HB to get a lot lizard. We're trying to get some equipment for
Ah,
him. We're trying to get some equipment for him. And thanks to all of you in the chat and you, Garian, for your wonderful suggestion. We are now going to add to that. We want to go ahead and get HB a portable urinal so that he does not have to piss in a jar.
oh
They
wow.
are pretty handy, if you can see here. That has
Does it
schematic.
does it for the part that I insert my penis in, is it you think that's big enough for me, Portia?
It looks pretty big to me.
Okay. All
It's a
right.
portable urinal, and when the long tube,
You might
it's a
you might
portable
want to get
urinal when
a
the long tube is removed. You
okay.
see
You
how
might want to get
fancy
the
this is?
you might want to get the XL for me, respectfully.
XL for you.
Yeah, might want to get the XL.
What do you got? A moose penis?
Ah, ah,
Really?
ah, never called it never been compared to a moose, but yeah.
And for all of you in the audience, just in case you guys thought that I'm just thinking about HB, I'm not. I'm thinking about his lot lizard as well. So we can go ahead and make sure that we get HB a urinal for himself, and we can make sure that we get a urinal for his lot lizard. As you can see here, this is a nice little cup
Yeah.
so that the lady, the lot lizard, she can go
Lady.
ahead and pee right into this, and she doesn't
Ooh.
have to worry about getting it all over the place. It's
Wow.
smell proof. So
Wow.
please, please, please hit the Cash App, $HB to win, and let's make all of these things happen.
Yeah. Make America great again.
Make
Yeah.
America great again.
Yeah,
So, what's the
there's
going rate for a lot lizard these days?
I mean, it kind of depends where you're at. Now, if you're in, Nevada, Vegas, you might pay like $100, 120. Now, if you're in the middle of nowhere, bumfuck country, you might pay like, $20 to $50, and then it depends on what you're looking for too, you know. You just want a blow job, maybe like $30, $40. If you want a hand job, it might be $20. If you want to actually lay on top of the lot lizard, dollars here or there. But I did want to answer American Man's question. Angel, can you read that again for me?
Yeah. He asked which state that you've been to that has the hottest lot lizards.
I would have to say Oklahoma. There's a lot of Native American lot lizards out there. Angel, you might be related to some actually, but in Oklahoma, there's a lot of casinos and reservations, and apparently a lot of Native American women um, come from a long line of hookers, and they sell pussy out there. So there's a lot of really hot native women from the tribe of uh, drop down and get your eagle on that are selling coochie out there. So yeah, and in Oklahoma, that's where I've seen the hottest lot lizards. Um, Now I've seen online some of the hottest lot lizards are actually in Vegas. There's truck parking in Vegas, so you'll find some hot lot lizards out there. Um,
Um,
Dallas also has some really really hot lot lizards out there.
yeah, I was
Uh,
about to actually go to the next question that Ice Cube asked. Can you explain wait stations and things and when you have to enter, also rules on hours driven?
okay. So wait stations go like this. There's at every wait station, not every wait station, but the majority of them, there are you have a pre-pass. So you have this device in your truck that either goes green, that means you get to bypass it, or it goes red, means you have to stop. Now, some of them they don't have that, so you have to. If they don't have a pre-pass, that means you just have to go through the wait station regardless. So what ends up happening is you you have to get your drive, your trailer, and your tandems weighed out. And for the drive, you can't have more than 12,000 pounds. For the and for the drive, or for the trailer and tandems, you can't have more than 34,000 pounds, and that all equals up to 80,000 pounds. So you can't be over 80,000 pounds, and you can't be overweight on any of the axles. So you have three axles, um, and you can't be overweight on any of those. So that's pretty much how that works. So if you get a load, most times you want to go get weighed up before you start traveling, so you don't get hit with a fine at these weigh stations. And yeah, and as far as hours of driving, you got a 14-hour clock, so you can drive, do pretty much whatever you need to do in that 14 hours. And that includes driving, waiting, parking, backing up. That includes everything. So you got 14-hour day work days, and after that 14 hours is up, you have to take a 10-hour break. Now sometimes I might go over my clock. Sometimes I might not be able to find parking, so I got to go over the clock. It is what it is. But
Um, before we get to Woody Johnson's two questions, I just want to ask this to you. Do you sleep in your own truck most of the time, or is there times you actually stay at a hotel overnight until the following morning of the start of your next delivery rounds?
I've only stayed at a hotel once while I was out on the road, and that's because my bunk heater went out. So um I stayed at a hotel. My company paid for it. I just paid for it. I paid for it, paid for the night, and then they reimbursed it. And then I got my bunk heater fixed the next day. So I've
Um,
only done that. I've only done that once.
Oh, okay, cool. He actually has two questions I'll both ask. The first one is, do you work for a company or do you got your own HP? And then he asked, and what is the market rate right now for a company and owner?
I'm not really sure market rate is right now, it really just depends on the trucker, you know, and the broker that they go through. So everything is kind of online now. You got online, and there you can still, you know, just call companies and see how much they're charging and stuff like that too. But most things are online, so you have to pick which load you want, and then you would
Hey,
market rate. But I'm actually,
HB, you
yeah,
cut
go ahead,
out. Can
Portia.
you cut out? Can you repeat
Oh,
all of that?
oh, okay,
Yeah, I'll
Can you
repeat
hear me now?
yeah, we can hear you now. Go ahead and repeat Woody's questions that you were answering
Okay,
to.
go ahead.
No, he
So
already asked the question. So we basically just say what you say your answer. We hear
yeah,
you.
iterate your response of what you were
Okay.
saying, HP.
Yeah. There's not a set market rate, but it just depends on the broker that you go to and with which you negotiate as an owner operator. Now, me, I'm a company driver, so my rate is just per mile, and per delivery. So I get a set amount per delivery, and I get a set amount per mile. So yeah. But I do plan on being a owner operator, and you know, I'm just still the experience before I get into that lane. Yeah, 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 yeah. Salute to Audrey too. I think Audrey is a Nigerian princess from Nigeria. If you guys didn't know that.
Audrey is from Jamaica.
Oh, I thought she was Nigerian.
Um,
Okay.
I thought she was Jamaican.
I'm pretty sure she's Nigerian.
Oh, I
Pretty
thought she was
sure.
Jamaican.
Pretty sure she's Nigerian. Pretty sure. Audrey is
Hey,
yeah,
Audrey, are you Nigerian or Jamaican? I thought it was Jamaican for some reason. But if it's Nigerian, I mean, it's not like a big deal. So you can be a Nigerian princess or a Jamaican princess.
yeah, I think she's a
Why in the
princess
top?
from Nigeria. Yeah,
Huh.
I think she's a
Yeah.
princess from Nigeria. Yeah. I mean, you know, she's not a Texan, you know, proud Texan, but you know, pretty sure. You know, I love seeing the ladies in the chat, you know. Obviously Portia, Audrey, Rise Girl. You know, Rise Girl is not really Jamaican. Did you know Rise Girl's not really Jamaican?
I don't think
Uh,
Ross Girl is Jamaican. I know like she's from one of the Caribbeans, but I don't think it's Jamaica. I can't remember right now.
I'm pretty sure Rise Girl's from Texas. I think she's
Well, no, she's from Texas, but like her roots, like her people are from one of the
yeah,
islands. She's
yeah,
talked about it before.
I think Rise Girl made that up. I don't know. She might not have though. Ah,
Everybody
ah,
doesn't have to lie like you.
Okay, all right. Relax, Portia.
About
Relax.
pissing in a bottle. That's why we have to get you a nice urinal for the road.
Yeah. I mean, it's part of you know, Portia. It's part of. Now I know you know, uppity Negro like yourself. You would never go on the road with a greasy truck driver like me, but you know, it gets a little filthy out here on the road, you know. So
I
you know,
mean, sometimes you have to pee in a cup. I mean,
yeah. Sometimes you gotta pee in the cup. Now, if you peed in a cup, Portia, ah man, if you
If you
peed in a
do pee in
cup,
the cup, please at least remove it from the truck because it's very
yeah,
annoying if you just leave it in there. Remove it from the
yeah,
truck.
yeah, yeah. You have to remove it immediately. But if worship heat in a cup, I would probably probably save it. Probably put it in a freezer and
Wow.
yeah, probably make popsicles out of it. All right. All right, that's the live, you guys. You guys have a good
All
rest of your
right.
day.
Um,
Aw.
Thank you.
Nah.
All right.
I'm just playing, Hank. I'm just playing. Now, Angel, I did want to ask you a question. Angel. Now,
Yeah.
I was wondering, do you plan on getting a job anytime soon? Are you planning on getting a
Um,
job or
I've been trying to apply. I've been trying to apply the last 7 months since earlier in the beginning of this year, but not very many are responsive, and two, any interview I seem to have is either like not like qualified enough, or that they just like put me not necessarily in the back burner, but it just seems like the interviews I had never go anywhere be in terms of like qualifications. So I think maybe there are some things that I'm not too qualified for upon
Yeah.
application or interview, and other ones that I've had have already been filled up, but they still interview people regardless if the place of business already has every spot filled. So it just seems like every single time it's never seemed like an immediate opening of hire. So that's where the difficult of the time to get a job comes into play. And I've been applying continuously, but I've hardly had anyone actually respond from my application submissions on
Yep.
Indeed.
Okay. Okay. Do you have like a specific type of job you would want to do?
More like a cashier or a service person, like a waitress, waiter, server, janitorial work slash cleaner, and just something simple and easy.
Goddamn, there you have 75 cents and change there. Give me your nigger money there. Goddamn niggers. Uh, I can't break I can't break $100 bill there. We don't accept that there. Uh, I can't break that
I
$100
love
bill.
you. I
You
love you.
goddamn nigger. Angel. Yo, maybe maybe go apply to Chipotle. I could see you working at Chipotle.
what about
Yeah.
God,
Popeye's chicken? What about Popeye's chicken?
oh,
Yeah.
Popeyes.
I've
Yeah, I
Popeyes.
like
actually
Popeyes.
applied. I've
My
actually
closest one has a lot of Indians working there.
I've actually applied at a couple different locations, not too far from me, but neither of them have responded as of yet. I don't know if they'll be
Angel,
Yeah,
soon.
try the corporate website instead of Indeed. Try it directly on the corporate website. They usually
yeah.
check that more often.
Angel, have you tried the casinos too? You could work at the casinos.
Well, distance is like the one of the things. I don't have no car in case if anyone never knew that. I don't have my own vehicle, so I would have to be reliant on bus transportation to work at one of the casinos, and I don't think there's one nearest to me. The only one that is like closest is all the way in Scottsdale.
Oh yeah, that'll be too far. There. Hit me there. You crapped out there. Goddamn nigger. No, try Chipotle. I can see you working at Chipotle though. Would you
Oh,
like rice or beans there? Uh, I can't add more beef. If you want more beef there, you need. All right, I'm done, Angel. I'm done. I'm done. I'm done. Uh,
I love you. I love you, HP.
Angel, you come a long way, man. You've come a long way, man. But yeah, man, I think I know you definitely want to work, but just just try to keep your options open and
I will.
you know, try maybe some of the restaurants. I think Portia said Popeyes, but uh unfortunately, I
You
don't
want to
want
know
you.
why I said Popeyes?
Why'd you say Popeyes, Portia?
Thanks for not asking. So the reason why I said Popeyes is because I feel like Angel has the perfect attitude for the customer base. And so whenever the Negroes come in there acting a fool, talking about I asked for 5 thighs, I didn't want no drums, I asked for extra barbecue sauce. Where is it at? And I ain't paying for it. Whatever it is, whenever they come up there and they're cussing you out and all of that, I think that Angel has the perfect personality to deal with those types of customers. And Popeyes has a lot of them.
That's a good point. I could kind of see that. Honestly. Goddamn, I gave you your order, goddamn there, and
Um, uh, if it was like that, I obviously would make sure that they understood that it says assortment variety. The variety ain't limited to what you want. It's an assortment. So whatever is like put it in is what you'll be getting. You can't select like one goddamn marshmallow of Lucky Charms when there's an assortment variety in a whole box. You can't just want rainbows when shoot horse stars and horseshoes are part of the box of Lucky Charms.
Hey, good morning, everyone. I wanted to jump on real quick. Great stream, HB. Finally, some honesty out of you. I appreciate it. Good morning, Portia, everybody else. Real quick,
Good
I just want
morning.
yeah, let me get him out of here. Let me get him out of here. Uh, I
I
don't need
love
your
you.
I don't need your
You
goddamn I don't need your goddamn props. You get up here and try to do a live stream. You got some honesty. Yeah, shut up. Shut up. I don't like compliments from men. Only the ladies. Ladies, you can compliment me, but not the men. I need your goddamn validation.
Great stream, HB.
Oh, whoa. Well, thank
I,
you, Portia.
I'm actually like enjoying the conversation we've had about more so of the trucking industry that you're a part of,
Oh yeah.
HB.
Yeah. I love trucking, so I could talk about it all day. So, but I think part of it too is just kind of letting the conversation go where it may be. And, out on the road, you have a lot of crazy ideas. And, you know, what type of job would be great for Angel is you know, let me ask the chat. What type of job do you guys think would be a perfect fit for Angel? What maybe like give the job title or the company. You guys, I know everybody in the chat are, they're homeowners, they're renters, car owners, ex-military, ex-police, hardworking Americans. And we're all pretty oh, come on. Come on. Come on,
Angel,
Stanley.
have you tried being a package handler for FedEx, UPS, or Amazon yet?
No, I've never
Oh,
tried. I worked in an Amazon warehouse about 3, 4 years ago, but that was more so overnight, and I couldn't deal with the overnight shifts.
so
What
we
about the
got
evening shifts?
we got a social worker, we got a warehouse worker, we got a greeter, Home Depot, Walmart.
And I think either it was the Amazon warehouse or in the back of a Walmart. One of those two times where I've worked in the back of one of those two, I had a seizure while working one night at one of the two places of behind the Walmart warehouse or Amazon warehouse, and that's when it kind of gave me like the early experience of not wanting to do overnight. But lately, I've been more so up all night and sleeping during the day. So I guess my body is being adapted to a kind of thing that animals are used to, being nocturnal. So maybe I could give like overnight shifts another try, but it would just be a matter of keeping myself up good enough, making sure I like either drink enough caffeine or keeping myself up for the shift if I want to, but I don't want the energy inside a caffeine energy drink to later knock me out.
Boy, Stanley said the Boys and Girls Club in the hood. That wouldn't be a
Oh, I
that
know a
wouldn't.
person that does that. Pill eater does Boys and Girls Club in the hood in Philadelphia. So that may work.
Oh, okay, okay, that's not a terrible. Read that one, Angel.
He's Indian and his name's Angel. Maybe he could be a lot lizard. Oh
Ah,
my
come on.
god.
I don't.
Oh, come on.
I don't. Yeah, yeah. I don't think.
Oh god.
Yeah. I don't think Angel wants. Yeah, I don't think Angel wants to be giving hand jobs to truckers. I don't. I don't know Angel, but I don't see. He doesn't seem like the. He doesn't seem like a homosexual to me. I don't. I
Oh
don't
my
know.
god.
I don't know, man.
Uh,
Yeah, I don't. Well, you got some good ideas. I think you having seizures, that is something that maybe people should take into consideration. Because now if you're working at a warehouse, you having a seizure could really hurt somebody. It could hurt you or somebody
um,
else.
well, thankfully, I wasn't hauling anything, and I actually wanted to learn how to forklift, but it was too early in the beginning stages, and all I was doing was just stacking one box over another. But thankfully, in the time, I never was actually lifting anything in the midst of the seizure that night. So I didn't have anything fall on top of me because if you're lifting something, and in my case, if you have a seizure, your body will freeze up, and anything heavy will just fall on top of you. That can be painful if when you recover.
Yeah, yeah. Portia,
Maybe
what do you?
online stuff that plays on his logic, like stocks or currency trading or something. Math was always my favorite subject in school, believe it or not.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The only thing with trading stocks and stuff is you kind of need some money to start that. So I don't know if you get any type of income or anything each month, but um
Um, you
that's one of
can.
the that's one of the things you kind of need money to trade stocks. So I
Um,
I would
um,
I think you would be pretty good at it though, Angel, honestly.
um, I think this is more so to what my wall is. Gary and Arnold says HB, he can be a home renovator. You've seen his wall work. Oh my God, I get the humor, Garion. I get the humor.
So if you like math, you probably be. I'm pretty good at programming because you do use that kind of often in programming. At least logic for sure.
Oh yeah, that's a good thing too. Have you thought about that, Angel? Like a programmer, doing coding of some sort?
No, I've never looked into that. I've been into like a lot of electronics, like the devices like computers, cell phones, but I never thought of like entering like the world of coding as what Hank had said.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. So I'm putting you a link to the fedoraproject.org so you can get Fedora 40, so you can get Linux to play around with. the thing is, Linux has better IDEs than Windows, so you can at least play around with it to see if you like it or not. Otherwise, you can get some development environment in Windows too.
Yeah.
Anytime like you do an impersonation of me, HB, I've like know you just kid now, and I've been like more aware than I was in the very beginning when we first met. But anytime like you do like my little impersonation, I can't help but think of like this little thing. I ain't gonna play anything, but there's a music video that I love watching in the Dr. Dolittle 2 VHS and DVDs growing up, Cluck Cluck by Product G&B featuring Wyclef, if anyone ever heard of that song. But there's like a little ditty where it's like
Angel, there Hank put a link in the back chat for you.
I'll pin it or bookmark it for later.
Okay. And Portia, I sent you Portia, I sent you a message on Discord, so check your Discord DM. Portia, check your DM or I'm gonna expose you.
Wow. All right. So I got your message, and you wanna do that one, or you wanna do a different one? And are you sure?
Yeah, no. Let's do that one. Because I never got to finish that one, so I wanna start that one from the beginning.
And you're sure about this?
Yeah. I think.
Well, sounds like you're not too sure with the way you said "yeah" just right now, HB.
No, I think.
Are you sure or are you unsure?
No, I think I'm pretty sure. We're gonna watch a video.
All right.
All right. Then don't go against your own words if it gets too uncomfortable for you. Since you said that you are sure that you want to do it, HB. Because let me just say that there's been people that said that they were like sure about what they want to do, but once they like did it, it's like they wanted to back out and like, nah, HB, you agreed to it, so don't be going against your own words now.
Yeah, no. We're gonna watch it. I want the chat to participate, and obviously the panelists. And if you wanna hit the link and give your commentary on it. You know what? I'm gonna give Ice Cube another chance. Since we are gonna watch a video.
Well, he wanted give me some advice. But if you want to like bring him up, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna give him another chance. He weirds me out a little bit, but I'm gonna give him another chance.
Thank you.
We're gonna watch a video, but so let's and this is a video that I started watching, but I wanted to go ahead, Portia. You can
Can I give that Angel advice real quick?
I'm having to switch devices, but go ahead.
Okay. We'll hold it down until you get back then.
Can I give some Angel advice earlier on that job thing?
Go ahead.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Angel, have you tried just applying in person, like walking in and saying, "Hey, can I talk to the hiring manager? I'm Angel.
Me and my brother actually went to like 7 or 8 different places, and even with the hiring sign being like out front or on the window, all of them had said that they needed us to apply online. A lot of companies don't do in-person or walk-in interviews anymore, and even at a local grocery store that they do interviews from 12 p.m. to 2 p.m. Monday through Friday, they still need an application submitted online for a profile, I'm guessing. So either which way, it requires an online. application.
Gotcha. So maybe I would say to do that, right? Go in there and say hired, so that they're gonna refer you to the website, right? Then you apply on the website. Or shoot, you could do it right from your phone. Be like, okay, I'm gonna do it right now, and then go ahead and pull my application. You got to be a little proactive, I will say. Or like, if you go home, you do the application, you come back the next day and be like, well, I applied online. Here I am. I'm back again. You know what I'm saying? So that's some advice I'd give you.
Well, that's kind of useless advice. I mean, you might as well just stay home because they had to process through the system because they had to go, the application has to go through HR first. Then after it goes through HR, then the manager has the ability to call him back. If they know who he is, that'll probably help if they found the application. But just go online, go in person. That only works for upper class white people, or if you're in construction, that will work in construction too. But other than that,
I'm not white, and I've never had a construction job, and I've used that plenty of times too. I mean, I'm just saying, Angel, what you're doing might not be working too well, so you might want to try something else. I'm just saying. But go ahead. Where's this video? I'm sorry. That was all I got for you, Angel.
Well, thank you, Ice Cube.
No problem.
Even though like it ain't Friday, I still think you're a good guy from the hood.
I appreciate it, Angel.
Well, yeah, DoorDash. You don't have to apply for DoorDash anymore. They let anyone do it. So.
All right. There's somebody named Goon in the background. Let me put up a.
Porn blocker or a banner, just for safekeeping.
Hey, what's up, man? I know, Angel. Angel, did you bury your cat alive?
Oh my gosh, get him out of here! I think I know who one of these freaks are.
Yeah, he's a freak. He's a freak. All right. Angel, you got trolls out here, man. Congratulations.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, I have my own trolls. My reputation's so high they don't even want to approach me now. Unfortunately, I'm just too destructive.
Okay, HB, I'm looking for it. Looks like they took it down. I'm about to.
Boo!
Are they really?
Yeah, like I'm checking one more thing.
Oh, is that? Well, Richard said that's truth teller. That's a good guy. Let me give him one more chance. Let me see.
Well,
you mean truth seeker?
Truth finder, not
Richard.
seeker. Truth finder. I'm just saying that I'm not accusing you, but people are saying, well, multiple people are saying you buried your cat alive. I'm trying to find out, but you're not answering the question. Like, I mean, apparently, Angel, what's that called? Accidentally, well, his cat was dying, and he wanted to put the cat out of his misery. So what he did was buried it, but it was still alive. That's what people are saying, and I'm just asking, is that true? I'm not trying to troll you. I'm just asking a question.
Angel, is that?
If it is true, I'm not gonna hold it against you. You probably thought it was right in your own mind.
Angel, I mean, did you bury a cat alive? Is there some truth to that?
That's what they're like assuming, and I could tell the whole story, but I ain't gonna do it today because this is like not the time or like the stream that I want to do.
Well, I could tell wait, Angel. I could tell the whole story. You thought in your mind your cat was suffering too much, so you had to bury it. Is it yes or no question?
No, that ain't good. Get him out of here, please. Get him out of here. Get him out of here, please.
Let's not assume. We'll give Angel another chance to tell his side of the story, but maybe on another stream. Right, Angel?
This
Yeah,
ain't the day or the time.
yeah, we'll have a
All right, fair enough.
stream. Yeah, we'll have a stream for Angel about Fluffy, and we'll have the whole story for Mr. Fluffles, and we'll get to that. We'll get to that later. Uh yeah. Man. Yeah. Rest in peace, Mr. Fluffles, man. He was a good cat. Uh how could Angel have even known? I mean, how could he have known? You know? I don't know. Yeah. R.I.P. to Fluffy, man. I mean,
Like
he was
that's the thing that they were trying to reiterate and spin as the media does. Because I could tell it, but I didn't like want to like go down that the hole or anything. I said it like many times, but if they can't understand it, then what's the use of even repeating it? And yet they want to spin it in the way that they are.
Oh, so the use is to show the audience that they're freaking idiots. So you talk slow, get to the point, and once they just miss the point over and over again, then you just dump them because they're just a pile of peanuts. They should just be in the peanut gallery at most.
wow. Yeah, that I don't know, Angel. I don't believe you buried a cat alive. I think I think maybe it was like some sort of pet cemetery and you buried it. It was already dead and you buried it and it came back alive. You know, I don't I don't think you. Hey Portia,
Well,
wait Angel, hold on. Hey Portia, is there are you having any luck with finding that
Yeah,
video?
I found it. Give me a second. Y'all keep talking.
Okay. So yeah. I think the real story was Angel buried the cat in a pet cemetery. The cat was reanimated as a corpse, and Angel had to take the demonic possessed cat out of its misery, and I think that's the real
well,
story.
Well, not
Yeah,
necessarily, but if we could watch this instead. Participate
yeah.
in rape fantasy role play other people's
Angel,
lives.
Angel. Okay. We just kind of want to introduce this and just let it play so you don't have to read
Yeah.
anything. I know you just did. We're just HB just asked about this.
Well,
So I want HB to kind of walk us into this if you don't mind. Go ahead.
okay. Can Angel, can you read this form for the audience real quick?
This episode contains subject matter and conversation that may be disturbing.
Okay, so this video is about a woman that has great fantasies, and there's these two white guys who are interviewing her, and I just want to get commentary from the panel and the chat, and we're gonna watch it together, and yeah, let's see how this goes.
All right.
And you can follow me home, and I'm just going to leave the door unlocked, like quote unquote accidentally, and then you can come in and you can rate me.
Welcome back to Other People's Lives. I'm Joe Santagato.
I'm Greg Dybeck.
Just want to give a quick shout out to all of our patrons out there. If you sign up for our Patreon, you do get to support the show as well as getting extra episodes and sometimes follow-up episodes with our previous guests.
Yes, thank you to all the patrons of the show. And before we get into chatting with today's guest, obviously want to offer just kind of a quick warning here. The topic is rape. We'll be discussing rape. We understand that might trigger some listeners, so just want to give a heads up there. But we've got our guest on the line right now, so thanks so much for being on the show today.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you guys for having me.
Of course. So I think on the surface, the idea of rape fantasy it's hard to fathom. I think most people agree rape is probably one of the most heinous acts that can be committed. Of course, it's a genuine, constant fear of
it's
women
up there.
all over the
It's
world.
up
So
there.
really curious how you
Wait, pause
first
it
came
real
to
quick.
realize
Pause it
that.
real quick. Pause it real quick. I think, and I hate how they kind of preface this that it's one of the major fears of women. I would argue that it's one of the major fears of men too. I think most men are afraid of getting raped. I don't think we're inherently afraid of it, but I think every human being has a fear of just a woman. What do you guys think on the panel?
You kind of cut out there, but you said that that you believe that men fear getting raped more than women. Why do you think that is?
No. I think it's I think everybody has a fear of getting raped. I don't think it's just a woman thing. I think that's inherent to everybody, and I wanted to see what. So Portia, is this true that women have a fear of? Well, I'm not going to ask you that because I think that's a little
Yes,
distasteful. I
it
think
is.
that's pretty obvious. But for the men on the panel, do you guys also have a fear of getting raped?
Yes, and
Angel?
I'll send you the itinerary of where I'll be, so the rapists stay away from me, especially if you're female and hot. So stay away from me.
Okay. Angel, do you have a fear of getting raped? Also, Angel.
Yeah.
Okay. And give crack to me. Do you have a fear of getting
Man,
raped,
I
sir?
don't think of any of this stuff. All right, I don't have. I never had a nightmare in my life.
Okay. All right.
Nothing.
We're
I
not.
had
So we're not
no.
talking about
But
nightmares. We're
but this,
talking
but
about
that's no. But this goes to the subconscious. Like I don't really fear anything. If I have a deep seated like, oh, somebody's gonna, oh, I'm
Okay.
gonna drop that soap. No, it's like stuff like that. No, I don't know.
So
That's just
you're
my
just prepared for
personality.
anything at any time.
Yeah, that's just my
And if it
personality.
happens,
Yeah, if it happens, it gotta happen.
that's true, crack. That's true. That's what crack. Especially if you're high at that time, it might not bother you. All right, great.
All right. All right.
That you were
You can go
interested
back
in
to it, Portia.
what you refer to as rape fantasies, and can you kind of describe what these fantasies consist of for you?
Yeah. So before I kind of go into anything, I just want to say that nothing that I say here will ever like diminish or reduce the experiences of actual rape survivors and sexual assault survivors. Like you said, obviously that's horrible. And no one in the rape fantasy community agrees with that. So I just wanted to get that out there for your viewers. And basically, how I got into this was it kind of started when I was super, super young and I was discovering my sexuality. And I kind of started out reading fan fictions of my like favorite actors, as most like teenage girls do. And I realized that I wasn't into the fan fictions that were like, oh, like you fall in love with this person and it's like really sweet and romantic. I was into like getting kidnapped. Sounds really bad, I know. Like getting kidnapped and like sold to that person and like basically just being used.
Wow.
I think we need a break.
Yeah.
Garion says there's a community. Apparently.
There's a community for everything, huh?
Yeah, it is.
Yes.
Yeah.
And she said that the idea of her getting kidnapped. Funny enough, HB just said he would kidnap me about an hour ago. So just to remind you all.
Yeah. I have
What,
I
really?
have a fantasy of one of my fantasies is actually kidnapping Portia and
Well,
forcing her to be
Are you sure that's
my
not
sex slave.
Imperius's fantasy?
Oh well, Imperius's fantasies include men, so I don't think he wants to get kidnapped by that guy yesterday, and he wants to get him yesterday. But I kind of see where she's coming from a little bit. You know, obviously, I want to preface this by saying, grape is a horrible thing, but I think in a safe situation, it could be somewhat erotic. How do you guys feel about that?
So I am an open fan of Bible Black. Look it up, trolls. But yes, so I'm down with that. I'm down with the fantasy for sure.
Okay.
oh,
Okay. Okay.
okay.
Give
So,
give.
Stanley says, a sex trafficking fantasy? Question mark. Like
Yeah.
what? And then Matt says, it's not that crazy. I don't know what IMO means.
In my
What is that?
opinion.
In my
Oh.
opinion.
Yeah, in my opinion.
Okay,
Yeah.
because I think women like men who take charge. So I think it's an extreme version of being taken. I think it's pure fantasy, though. I don't think she actually wants it to happen. Does she? Does she not, Mavit? I don't know. We'll find
I
out.
don't know. Yeah. Wait. Before you play it, is Angel still here?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm still here.
Angel, so what do you think about this so far?
Like, is she like fantasizing of wanting to be like raped or like what? It's like she wants this from the way it sounds like, but what is like her like image?
What do you mean? What's her image?
She's getting to that. She's getting to that.
Yeah, she's getting to it.
Yeah.
We're gonna find out.
Yeah.
Like as a sex slave, and from that point on, I got into porn, and I was like watching some stuff, like exploring. I was on like the gangbang subtype or whatever, however you want to call it, and I realized that I was really turned on by women who seemed like they didn't like it. Like I wasn't interested in the ones where they were like really into it and they're like sucking dick all over and all that. I was into the ones where they were like struggling.
All right. Pause it real quick. Question. Pause it real quick.
I think that's what got me.
Pause it. All right, so I want everybody in the chat to put the category when you're watching porn. Put the category that you like watching in the chat, and I'm gonna ask the panel, when you turn your back on God and you're watching porn, what category are you watching? Majority, and I'll start it out. For me. I like the I usually click the big ass category. I usually click the big ass. I like the black women. I like the Latino women with the big asses. Sometimes I get into the white girls, but I'm not too much into the white girls with the big asses.
Oh man.
All right. So Hank, what category do you usually pick?
So category I usually pick by the position. I kind of like cowgirl.
Okay.
Okay. I have a lot of I have a bunch of interracial stuff.
Okay.
I have a lot of animated stuff. And I actually like some of the softcore stuff because the atmosphere is better than the hardcore stuff. I have a lot of browsers. I have a lot of what else do I have?
Okay. Okay,
Some
Portia.
adult empires, some TNA flicks.
Okay, okay. Very, very cultured man when it comes to porn.
Yeah,
I
I
appreciate
like
that.
this take. I like this take.
Yeah, yeah. Very, very cultured. Portia, what categories do you like to pick when you're watching when you turn your back on God and watch some adult entertainment?
None. No categories.
Okay,
I don't watch adult and
I'm the same as Portia, none.
okay.
What? All right,
Get
interesting.
interesting takes.
Yeah,
Okay,
yeah.
not sure if I believe you guys, but okay. Get crack for me. What category do you
No,
pick?
I like the whole thing about looking for positions and things like yeah, because I used to go real degen when you know when you were a kid and then you got into it and I
Mm,
grew up in the slow internet, right? So it was really hard to like get uh, like new stuff, and then you would easily go down that degen route, right? So then I would just go
yeah,
into gang bangs and stuff like that. But then when you got older, it's just like fuck that, cut that stuff out. I
yeah,
just went back to like okay, I like the positions or I just like some of the girls how they sound. So I was
yeah,
very picky, right? And I became so picky that it would take forever just to find something at that point. Just to
yeah,
and that's what. But nowadays, if I had to, I just don't do it anymore, right? It's just like whatever. It's so boring
yeah,
to me. I just
yeah.
do POV because it's just less like cooking. You know
Ah,
what I
yeah,
mean?
yeah,
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 I
yeah,
just like POV now, and that's about it. If I had to whack one out, all right, I'll just do that. That's it. But
yeah.
then I'll just do softcore if I could do it. Yeah.
Okay.
Because softcore, because he's right. Softcore is much better with the art, like the lighting and all. Because now it's just so degen. It's just like they just like the cell phone aesthetic or the 4K aesthetic. It's like I don't want high res. I don't want this cell phone amateur like stuff anymore. It's just like this is
Yeah,
ridiculous.
yeah. I think a lot of that softcore, they're still recording it on film.
Yeah, it's much better, dude. Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
Yeah,
it's
just
like
yeah.
I want my
it's like
Skinemax back. I want my Skinemax back.
yeah. I can see that. I can see
Because
that.
it has a dreamlike quality. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
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 so if I don't know when the last time anybody had a wet dream, that kind of thing. Yeah.
yeah. Okay,
Um,
okay.
I I wouldn't even like know what the wet dream is or what it would be like.
That's when Angel wet dream is when you ejaculate in your sleep and you wake up and your underwear are wet.
Yeah, I've never had anything like that happen to me, thankfully. So
Okay. All
yeah.
right.
Yeah, it's usually like when you're young though. Like
Yeah.
yeah, most of the time it's over after that.
Or if you like go a long time without
Mm-hmm. Which
ejaculating,
which
you
which a
can
lot of people don't do nowadays, right? I mean,
yeah, yeah, yeah.
gonna go into Aleister
I've
Crowley stuff, okay?
are we ready to move on a little bit?
yeah. Go
All
ahead,
right.
Portia. Go
It's
ahead.
getting a little weird up here for me. So
Okay. Okay.
Kind of
Portia turned on.
thinking like what the hell am I into? I was like, am I just into rough sex? Am I into something more? And I kind of got the feeling that I was into the rape fantasy from those things. And from then on, I just spiraled into the community.
So I don't mean for this to be, because this might be just like an insane question, but
Yeah.
so like the idea of like a rape fantasy,
Mhm.
clearly, I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, there is a difference between that. It's not that you have a fantasy to actually be raped.
No.
It's more of like so then what necessarily is the difference between a rape fantasy and someone who just likes rough sex? Like, is it not enough for like the choking and like dominating in the bedroom? Is there something that kind of separates it from everything else that makes it a rape fantasy?
Yeah, I would say that the situations that kind of play out in a rape fantasy or rape role play are completely different from just having rough sex. And you can even have a rape fantasy and not have rough sex. You can have like very quote unquote loving sex, but it's the psychological part of kind of taking that control away from me and having it, because I think there's a lot of shame placed around women experiencing their sexuality, and that really alleviates a lot of the stress with being involved with sex. And if you want, I can go into some of the the role plays that I've set up. I don't know if we're there yet in the
I'm definitely interested in that too, because I am trying to picture this also, because it's interesting, because it's almost ironic that you want a rape fantasy, but the whole idea behind rape is that like you also don't want it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, definitely.
So yeah, I would love to hear about the scenarios that you've set up, like the role play.
Right. So there's kind of the part of me that stays online, and I've kind of stepped away from that a little bit now. But when I was first getting involved in the community, it was definitely a bigger piece of my sexual role play. So online, you can find quote unquote pen pals, which are just people who you find with the same kink as you, and you either text or you call each other, and you basically just have like phone sex, and you describe scenarios to each other of like what you would do to me, what I would do in the situation. But I think the crazier parts, the more like ballsy parts come out when I actually like meet up with people. And so I'll first, we will have this conversation beforehand of basically everything that involves the consent, like safe words. We have to go over that, like actions that we can do to like stop or slow down the scenario. And then we're pretty much good to go on, I think. But yeah, so some of the scenarios that I've been involved with, that I've set up that appeal to me, is that I'll tell the guy that I'm meeting up with that like I'm gonna be in this Starbucks at this address, and I'm gonna be wearing this skirt, and that's how you'll know it's me. And I want you to come in and just get a coffee brief.
Yeah. So let me ask the panel. Angel, I'm gonna start with you. Have you ever raped somebody?
No.
Hank, have you ever raped somebody?
Not that I know of.
That's an interesting answer.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Get crack for me. Have you ever raped somebody?
I'm pretty sure I haven't, man. Like,
okay.
But hey, wait, HB, like, why would anybody admit it on here though? Like, if they did, it's like, wait a minute, HB. Hey, are you working with MFB right now? Is someone watching me right now? I'm watching all the cars, bro. MFB's looking at me right now, huh? I'm like, hey.
He's following you right now. Wow. Now let me ask you guys this too.
No. HB, have you ever raped someone?
Oh.
That's a good question. That's a great question, Portia. That's a great question. Now let me ask the panel. Let me ask the panel a question.
You're not gonna answer it?
Let me ask the panel a question. What would you guys do if you met a girl, or in your case, Portia, a young man, and they had rape fantasies? How would you go about that?
911.
Okay. Angel, how would you go about that?
Same thing. 911.
Oh, come on, Angel. Come on, Angel. Come on. You can't just copy all Portia's answers. Come on, man. Come on. All right. Hank, you meet a girl. You guys go out on a date. She seems like a nice Christian girl, but she tells you, she has rape fantasies. How do you go about that?
So first, I need to know what the nomination. If she's like a you like I am, I just slide her the consent form and we just fill it out.
Okay.
Otherwise, I need to know more information to know. Oh, what's she afraid of doing, so I can figure out what food she needs to change her mind.
Okay. Now, get crack for me. How would you approach this situation?
Oh man, bruh, I don't know.
Okay,
Let her.
real quick. Before, well,
Hey.
Ace did it already, but I just wanted to let you guys know that Bob is here. Hi,
Hey,
Bob.
man. Hey, look, man. You're
Well,
what kind of
Bob is he's had rape fantasies for years, so I think he would be the perfect
okay?
person to ask about
All
this.
right. Let's go ahead and change the subject, please. Let's talk about I don't know. Let's talk about Angel's
Black.
third grade drawings, but this
Bible
has
Black.
gone too far. This is disgusting. HB, you've reached a new low, man.
It's a
Come
trucker
on,
show,
Bob.
though.
I mean,
We move stuff around here,
Look, man.
Bobby.
And Portia, you should be ashamed. Someone has to be the adult around here, man. I mean, come on.
I mean,
Well,
that's
Bob,
what Angel's here for.
Bob, I just work here, and so I'm just handling things in the back. HB told me to play this, so I just work here.
Okay. Well,
Yeah, don't blame Portia. She's innocent here. I forced her.
HB church.
Kind of like this video, actually.
Okay. All right. Time for me to go. You guys you're disgusting.
Come back soon, Bobby. Thank you. Come again.
Yeah.
Bob.
Yeah, I think. Oh man.
Bob left already. Bob
it's too
is
late, man. It's
disgusted,
too
guys. Yeah.
He flies the high mile club, man. He's got different
Can I
fantasies.
ask? Mavitt says you can always tell when Bob loves something because he tells us to stop. Do y'all agree with that?
Yes,
that's true. He's right.
Yeah,
absolutely. But Bob is an upstanding citizen, so he can't admit that he wants us to start the video back immediately. But
yeah,
Bob's actually mad that we're having this much commentary. He just wants the video to play. but
yeah,
well, I did.
Yeah, I have a friend named Officer Snaps that's totally into rape fantasies too. That's the only thing he wants to talk about, and we kick him off panel because he can't focus. So I understand where Bob's coming from.
Yeah. Now let me ask Get Crack. You meet you guys are on a date, and she just flat out tells you, "Hey man, I don't like having regular sex. I'm only into rape fantasies, really rough rape fantasies, and I like to play out the whole scenario." Could you date that type of woman?
I mean, I think I would do it once at least, just to see how degenerate like this person is.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of have to.
You have to at that point. You're like, well,
when
I'll just
in
be in the back of my mind, be like, what kind of effed up stuff got you to this point?
Yeah.
Because,
yeah.
Oh man.
But let me respond to you, HP. If I found a woman on a date wanted to do that, I would say no, and just cut the date off in that moment in time, because it sounds like a feminist Me Too kind of setup. If people want to know what I mean by that, essentially it seems like this fantasy that she would live in would want to play a role of being raped would be like a setup to try to get someone like me prosecuted because let's just be honest, a lot of feminists have these kind of fantasies, but then try to have the men be held accountable. Well, at the end of it, she wanted it, but if I play along and do so, like, how is that my problem?
Angels,
Oh,
right?
well, there's a
Actually,
way around this. So what I would
angels.
do,
Yeah.
I'm a panel host too. So what I would do is get her to sign the consent on panel, so it's recorded. So if they want to make any accusation, well, it's recorded. You already agreed to it, and we also written it down.
Right. Angel does bring up a good point though. But I think in this case though, Angel, with this woman specifically, she takes those precautions. She's somebody that this is what she's into.
Well, hey, Angel, like I know that there are people that that who are loose people that go out on like these one night stands or play around with women they don't trust. They put cameras in their bedrooms for proof, so that yeah, this is how we live now. It's crazy. I don't like to play that game, so I'm not gonna. But if you're a promiscuous person, yeah, you got to be careful now. There are people like that, like you say, Angel.
Yeah. Your Angel's right. I wonder if she touches on that in this. All right, Portia.
Briefly, but don't ever like talk to me, just so I can like see that you are who you say you are, especially if we're meeting off like online. So just get a coffee and get back in your car or whatever. And then I'm going to leave after that, and you can follow me home. And I'm just going to leave the door unlocked, like quote unquote accidentally. And then you can come in and you can rape me. And I know that sounds horrible, like saying it out loud. It's really
like
bad.
I didn't know. I thought it was just
Sounds
like a
like a
role play
trap.
thing, but this is actually like involving the outdoors in a way of being like a person's following you home and then sort of breaking into your apartment sort of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And there will be scenarios where I'll give a guy like a week where I'm willing to do things, and I'll be like, why don't you surprise me when you come in? Like you can choose to come in whenever, and so that way it's more of like an excitement for me of like, when is this guy going to show up?
Wait, so you're just going about your normal day, but within a week, at any point, this quote unquote stranger to an extent will just appear in your house and have his way with you because you've consented to it beforehand, but basically fully mimicking what an actual rape could be.
Yeah. The only thing is that in scenarios like that I'll set up, there will be like checkpoints to make sure that I am fully comfortable in that moment with going through. Like I'll send him a picture of a top that I rarely wear, and I'll say like, this is the top that I'm going to wear if I'm like not up for anything right now. Or I'll put a little like a bracelet around my doorknob, and I'll say like, if this is around there, like don't come in. And I like it to be, like I said, like really psychological. So in that week, if he wants to like come in when I'm sleeping and like jack off, I think that's really hot. Or if he wants to like come in and like move things around or like just make it creepy, I'm really into that.
How would like, I'm just like, so wait, you just like leave your door open for a whole week?
Yeah, basically. I mean, when I'm there, when I'm not there, obviously I don't want him to come in and like rummage through my stuff, but when I'm there.
So you're even into if a guy sort of comes in the middle of the night and sort of wakes you up with a rape?
Yeah, I mean, kind of, if it's within that span. Yeah.
So it's like, I was going to say, it's like essentially having a stalker for a set period of time.
Yeah, kind of. And, there are other scenarios too, like wanting to be like pulled into like a van when I'm like walking home and like raped there.
Wait, wait,
there's just a
Portia.
bunch of.
Can you pause it for 1 second? Do you think King Shinar would do this to CT?
Yes, I do. I
Okay.
do. I
All
really
right.
believe that.
Okay. Yeah. All right. You can keep playing it. I just had that thought. Go ahead.
Bad scenarios that really turn me on, and it's hard to find guys who are like comfortable with that. But as long
I was just thinking that like I think it would take a certain type of dude. Like I don't know. Like for me, I'd be like this is a lot. Like I can't do that. Like I feel bad. But do you have like I don't know. Do you ever get worried that you're putting yourself in a position that maybe it's almost too vulnerable? Like you say, like when you have the bracelet on the door, like don't come in. But maybe a guy would feel like, well, I'm gonna break her rules because that would make it even better. Because like have you ever run into an experience like that, or are you ever worried about that?
I'm constantly worried about that. That's one of the biggest kind of threats with being involved in this kink in general, or pretty much any BDSM, is that what if your partner is not on the same page with you, and what if they take it too far? What if they don't care, in the moment when things are heated? What if they don't give a shit about your boundaries? And I'm always worried when I meet up with someone, so I try to be as safe as possible. I have one friend that I really trust that is supportive of my kink, and I'll like send her the information of the guys.
Can you please pause, Portia? I just want to like quickly say this. She's talking about how she has plays the role of a fantasy of being raped, but yet she just now mentioned about her boundaries. If she is like having this fantasy, then like why is she concerned about her boundaries?
Well, she likes what she likes, so she doesn't want people to do what she doesn't like. And I think, and I wouldn't be surprised if Turnabout's fair play for her. Like, oh, well, whoops, you walked into my trap, so you're upside down, so I can do what I want to you. I wouldn't be surprised if she's like that.
I wouldn't be surprised either, Hank.
Yeah, I think the thing is, Angel, she's somebody that likes to kind of walk on thin ice, and I think that's what turns her on. It's how kind of scary this situation is. It's kind of like hookers. Hookers. I think being a hooker is a very dangerous job because you don't know if this guy is a serial killer. But I think with some hookers, they actually get turned on by the danger of it, and I think that's with her too. She just kind of gets turned on by the danger.
Yeah, the danger itself makes men hotter.
Yeah, the danger. Yeah, right. It's like why do some people climb Mount Everest? Sometimes it's like the danger of it is what attracts them to it.
It's like climbing the Eiffel Tower.
Okay. All right, Portia, go ahead.
I wasn't trying to like be funny, guys. I was just being honest of what you were saying because the Phineas and Ferb can climb the Eiffel Tower, and I know that's like a fictional TV show. But what you're saying is like the danger of like climbing Mount Everest is like the danger of climbing the Eiffel Tower in Phineas and Ferb.
All right, Angel. All right.
All right.
All right. Okay.
And also, I have a long period of time before we actually meet up or do anything where I like test the guys, or I'll I'll make sure that they're safe. I'll kind of like vet them in a way. So yeah, it is pretty scary. It took me a lot of years to actually begin the process of meeting up with people. And you know, a lot of the guys I find on Tinder too, like, you know, there's guys on Tinder who are obviously just there to have sex, and they'll slide into girls' DMs and be like, "Hey, like, come over, like, you're hot," you know. And so I'll kind of message them back and be like, I'm down to fuck, but like I like it rough. Are you down for that? And they'll be like, how rough? And I'll kind of like explain to them the situation, and you can gauge how into it they are. And there's, you know, you have to protect your partner as well. Like the guys, some of them will want me to say, like, write it down, or like give a voice message saying like, I consent to this, this, and this.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, the entire community really revolves around trust, and that can be broken a lot of times. I've had some bad experiences, but nothing too bad, so it doesn't really like put me off.
Right. I'm curious, in these fantasies and the role play scenarios, do you resist at all? Like is an initial resistance part of the fantasy too, or no?
Yeah, I pretty much resist the whole time, and I let the guy know. I'm like I kind of don't play around in this situation. Like I'm gonna be fighting back. Not like, obviously, like I don't want to hurt them, or I don't want to make it too hard to actually like.
Do you like run out of the room?
Sorry?
Do you like run out of the room and like you just gotta chase you?
Yeah, definitely. Sometime, like there was this one time where I was meeting with one of my like regular guys, and he like showed up on the steps to my house, like when I was like taking out the trash, and I like quote unquote freaked out. I ran back in, and I like couldn't shut the door on him, and he like forced his way in, and I was like trying to defend myself. And yeah, so I fight back, and I let them know beforehand. And there are some times where, you know, they'll say like the code yellow word, and that just means to like slow down. And they'll be like, hey, like, can you ease up? Because I don't think we're getting anywhere.
Right.
Yeah.
It's like I'm getting tired running around the dining room table.
Right. Yeah, definitely.
But these guys are pretty much using full strength at this point. So it's the actions are as close to the real thing as they could possibly be, it seems. Obviously, the difference being consent and vetting beforehand.
Yeah, definitely. Like I'll cry sometimes and scream, and that's a turn on for me personally. Some of the guys don't like it, and so I won't do it.
Do your neighbors ever like been like, hey, you good? We heard some stuff.
No, so far, no.
Yeah. Why does your house keep getting broken into?
Yeah. Yeah. Like, who are these suspicious guys walking in at 2 a.m.? No, I live alone. No one has said anything, which is low-key concerning, because what if this actually happens?
That too, yeah.
So yeah, no, but no one said anything. Luckily, that would be hard to explain.
When you're crying and screaming, is that an act that you kind of have to force yourself to put on, or are you truly feeling those emotions in the moment? Do you feel fear, obviously excitement, because it's what turns you on, but you know, does it happen naturally? Are you that in the moment?
It depends on like how into the fantasy I am getting, obviously, but a lot of the times it will just happen. I kind of explain it to going down like a roller coaster. Like even if you prepare yourself and you know it's coming and you've ridden that roller coaster like 1,000 times, you know, when you're going down, you still get the butterflies and you still like freak out a little bit, you know, or like going through a haunted house, you know, it's all fake, but you still like scream, you know.
Anyone?
Wow. I'm I'm trying not to take my pants off right now.
Wow.
Yeah, I have a lot of discipline, so my pants are still on.
Yeah.
But I will have to take care of this erection eventually today.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
I
my
think
God.
I think I might have to. As well. Yeah. Man. It's a lot going on right now, Portia. There's just a lot that I'm kind of trying to take in. One thing I will say is I am glad that she has she signs waivers and consent forms. So I think that that was one of the concerns Angel had, where he was worried that she was just gonna maybe use this to get him convicted as a a rapist. I think that is I think every man would have a concern with that in this situation. So I'm glad that she actually takes the man's you know thinks about the man, because I'm sure she doesn't even want to sign those consent forms. She's such a freak, you know. Uh, but yeah,
I think the one thing that stood out to me, that's scary and creepy to me, is the fact that she leaves her door unlocked and like she gives them like that week to do with whatever. And she
yeah,
wants them to come in the middle of the night while she's sleeping and like, you know, do that to themselves and then leave. And just the fact of her knowing that there was some man in her home watching her sleep, that turns her on.
yeah,
Or she's sleeping in the middle of the night and he drags her out of bed and like, because she doesn't know when they're coming, right? Okay, so this week, this is what it is. So it could be more than one guy and they can come in at whatever time. And it's just, I can't. Yeah. 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 So, yeah, this is, yeah.
Hey, Portia, you're gonna have to hold it down for like 5 minutes. I got some work stuff I gotta do, but I'm still listening in the back.
Okay.
Okay.
And everybody else that's on the panel, just let me know whenever you want me to, pause.
All right.
Copy.
And so it's kind of similar to that.
Okay.
Interesting.
Well, wow. This I'll be honest, I've never heard of this before. So it's interesting. Obviously I'm sure it's would be considered controversial in many ways, or difficult for you to just talk openly to anyone about this. And I'm curious, like, where does something like this intersect with feminism? Or, would you consider yourself a feminist even though, you partake in this role play?
Yeah, so it's really interesting that you say you've like never heard of this, and a lot of guys haven't. But I was reading some like research articles back when I was like really, really ashamed of this, and I was like, why the hell do I have this kink? And actually, apparently, like 30 to 50% of women have had fantasies in the past of being forced, not straight up raped, but they've had like forced fantasies. So I've found a lot of comfort in the rape community, especially in women's groups in that community. And you may not like think this is true, but a lot of the people in the rape community are rape survivors, the women. And they, from what they've explained.
So imagine someone saying that they find peace and comfort in a rape.
Oh boy.
Like that just sounds nuts.
I don't know.
I find so much peace and comfort in my rape community that it makes me feel so safe. And it's just like there really are real communities like that for real victims that are really traumatized. And
Yeah, I mean, I think this is a coping mechanism. You know what I mean, right? Because I get if you have the trauma so bad, you have to sublimate it somehow, make it work for you, right, in real life. So to kind of get away from that trauma, you turn the trauma into a positive thing, right? It's just like, I don't know. This is crazy.
John is here. Hey, John.
Good morning, everyone.
John, have you graped someone?
Oh, geez. Oh, geez. Yeah, so John, this is HB's topic that he wanted to talk about. And this is a woman who enjoys being raped. She lets men into her home and they don't meet. They just talk online. They don't know what each other look like or anything like that. They just tell each other what they're wearing. And she wants him to rough her up. And, yeah, so that's what's going on there, John. Good morning to you, sir.
Hey, good morning, John. I thought this was an interesting topic.
You know,
I don't know.
it's not surprising. I will say that. No, I'm talking about from a woman's perspective. That's what I'm talking about.
Oh, yeah. You know what? You know what's so crazy to me is I unfortunately, I think a lot of guys, the way they view women and the way women really are two completely different things.
Yeah.
I think there's a lot more women into this than, a lot of women would like to admit, and a lot more men that would like to admit too. I think this woman obviously, she's fully embraced it, but I think a lot of women are probably into this.
I think Black Knight has a great question. What if the guy gets the address wrong?
Then the door's probably locked.
Well,
what if it's not?
Oh boy.
Well, if it's locked, then it's probably just crossing the streams. Whoops. It's like delivering a package to the wrong house. So yeah, send it back.
Yeah, it's a package in the wrong house, all right. What the fuck?
That is true.
So, John, are you okay if we play a little more, or is it?
Yeah, I haven't seen anything, so just play it. Yeah, this is my first time logging on.
Oh, okay. Well, hold your horses.
Well, I did see the urine thing earlier.
Oh yeah. We're trying to get HB a portable urinal, so he doesn't have to stop to pee. He can just pee in the trunk.
To stop.
That it's a coping mechanism for them, and it's a way to kind of like relive their trauma, but in a controlled way, so that they can eventually heal from it. And there's some really good YouTube videos on YouTube of how to be a good feminist and also be into rape fantasy, because it seems really like how could you do that, like how could you want to bring women up in the world and like support the Me Too movement and all that while also going home and like being into all this rape,
Android's working those.
So it is hard to balance, but from the support that I've gotten from the survivors and just from other women in the community, the biggest or the main thing.
Hold on. Wait. I want to make sure I heard that. She gets support from survivors, like rape survivors, like people who were like raped for real. Is that what y'all?
Yes, that's what she said.
So did
she's also feminist.
Wow. So that means did she get raped?
She didn't say she got raped, but
Yeah.
there are people who do get raped that engage in rape roleplay fantasy.
Yeah, but she said she talked to them, like.
Yeah, she said that the women who've actually been raped by like real rapes that really happened to her. I mean, to them, they support what she's doing, and I guess they're a part of that community too. So what
they
I'm
want to
hearing
promote it,
right? And they support her desires in doing it, and I guess maybe those women liked it too. Listen. It's too early for this.
Ooh, yeah. Because you remember what Nina said about like yeah, I don't know, like how the LGBT like kind of was like a cult in a way, right, for her.
Mm-hmm.
And they would just like try to make her think. Like, you think these people going out actively looking for people with kinks and turning it into something crazier? Like, it's okay
I'm out
to have a
here.
little...
Look, yeah, please look for me. I put my email in the chat, so just go ahead and get in contact with me.
Okay. Did you put it? Are you sure it's in chat? You want to give me the email so I can promote your kink or whatever? Bible Black.
Correct, Bible Black.
Okay, so
also Magical Witch Academy.
Okay, so if she's listening, you have an interested person that would like to help you out. Yes, thank you for that. We're gonna play a little bit more.
Is this all revolves around consent, and so as soon as you take away a piece of that, it's no longer a fantasy, and it's no longer what the community supports, no longer what you support. So I think that really like helps me draw the line in my head, you know.
Yeah, no, that makes sense. And at the end of the day, of fantasy, just the word fantasy, it's, you know, these are two separate things. It obviously doesn't mean that you condone these actions in real life or anyone forcing themselves, you know, onto anyone else. But yeah,
hey, Portia, do you think that word up in the title is going to cause YouTube problems? Or they're on YouTube though, so it's probably not a problem.
Yeah,
so no, it's not a problem.
Yeah, no, this is their YouTube channel, and John, believe it or not, this is actually probably the lightest video that they have of people calling in with their stories.
All right, well, let me, and I know this is a little bit off topic, but since CT is kind of, you know, in the doghouse here, how are these, and I'm just asking out of curiosity more than anything, how are these guys able to stay on internet talking about
this is a leftist kink. These
are leftists. Oh, okay, man.
No, I mean this is this is what it is, right? Because they want to promote, like, this is kind of in their wheelhouse. They would want to say this. I'm just assuming, so I can't say. But
so if some white Chad was on here talking about this, you think
but if you say the C word without the raccoon, it's like, oh, all right, no, we're not having that.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, unless they're in the mood today, so like they probably have like a date. What's it called? An interracial day. So on that day, it's fine, but otherwise, don't do it.
Like John on YouTube, it gets like darker and darker and darker whenever it comes to what they allow and what they don't allow. Like they have tutorials from gay men teaching other men how to use dildos, and they don't take those videos down, and they don't strike them, and they don't get in trouble. They have so many things on YouTube that's just there, and they're fine. CT has one word in a poll, and it's like, let's get them up out of here. But they do that with conservatives. Like whenever they know that you're conservative and that's the type of content that you put out, they'll get you up out of here. But this channel, this video that we're listening to right now is from 3 years ago.
and they're still on. These guys are still online.
Yeah, like they have tons of videos. Like they just posted one yesterday.
And YouTube censors, I want to make sure you understand. I'm black with my actual face. I'm a neoliberal. I'm a Unitarian Universalist. So just please ignore my videos. Don't except for give me a like and subscribe though.
Yeah, it is weird, John, how they pick and choose who they want to kick out. But these guys, they're good. Like I said, this video is the least of them. The other ones are insane. So
yeah, I know I'm off the top, but I have one more question. Do you think that it's like sabotage, like from the audience? Like these people just aren't being sabotaged because they're liberal? Like I'm just like, it just blows my mind, honestly, that you could get thrown off for one word, and we dance around on CT's channel around the grape term, and he's very strict about that. But these guys can have it in the title.
Yeah, it's in the title, and they've been saying the word the whole time, and she has too. And this video is still up 3 years later.
It's truly amazing. But go ahead, Portia.
Okay.
I think it's interesting, and you mentioned this before. You kind of said, I guess one of the explanations for this fantasy or reasons for enjoying this fantasy is it kind of a woman gets to like avoid I guess that guilt that you mentioned, where they can kind of say like, oh, this wasn't my fault. And I guess one thing, I guess you kind of can't talk about this without talking about sort of the double standard put on women and the idea of this like sexual guilt and like slut shaming, and these things still exist. Like, okay, sure, society is a little more woke, but not completely woken up. So clearly women are walking around with this guilt of not knowing how to express themselves sexually all the time, or not fully being comfortable discussing things, and especially a fantasy like this. So I guess in that sense, like you said before, it's just sort of, oh, this happened to me, this wasn't my fault. Like I had sex, I had this sexual experience, but I didn't go out of my way for it, I guess could be some of the psychology behind the fantasy.
Yeah, I think like what you said about women not being able to express their sexual feelings, that played a big part for me. Also because I'm Asian, and that is not talked about at all, like at all in like families at all. And so I think as I was growing up, I really didn't have any way to even.
I'm not sure if you guys caught that, but I'm curious to know, does this change anything for you with her admitting that she's Asian?
Nah.
It raises my interest rate a little bit for her directly. So yeah.
Crack is here. So Crack, she's saying that this is not really big in the Asian community, but she's Asian. Like the whole time I thought it was a white girl.
No, I mean, because like I think this plays into it, because Asians won't talk about sex. You're not going to have no sex talk with an Asian parent or anything. They're not going to do birds and the bees stuff. That's really like, so she probably, I'm guessing she probably learned sex through porn, and then she just got like into her head, and then it just like made her, she just watched more degen shit, and looks like she got in contact with some community, and this is what happened. Now I see what probably happened. Yeah.
So if it's not big in the Asian community, why do they produce the most of this?
Yeah, I mean, Japanese do a lot of porn.
It's true, because they do, but they do a lot of great things.
I mean, in Japanese porn, yeah, but if you keep suppressing like talk about sex, see what happens. This is what happens. They just explore on their own, and then they just get more degenerate, right? Because
hey, let me ask you, get correct. Is this sex life like with Asian women? Is it just kind of not boring, but what's the word you just kind of boring?
Yeah, boring. Yeah, I would say so. That's why I don't really go with Asian girls. Yeah,
really.
Most of my have Latinas, white chicks, black chicks, whatever. Yeah, that's just me. I'm a
little more spicy in bed. They're spicier in bed.
Yeah, pretty much. Yeah.
Have you ever heard
the fine, but not the Chinese? So.
Wait a minute. Say that again.
Yeah, the Koreans are fine, but the Chinese are pretty boring.
Really?
Yeah, Chinese.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
There was a question in the chat for HB. I had it up. I gotta find it. It said something like, HB, what type of Asian do you think she is?
I think, man, I can't really tell, but I got a feeling she might be like Korean for some reason.
Really?
The Koreans are usually the most liberal of the Asians.
No, but
So
you know what I'm thinking? It could be a Chinese because if a Chinese went a degenerate route, they would go extreme.
yeah,
Yeah, they are. You can find them. You'll
this
find a
is
community of them. I'm sure. HB.
yeah, it's either Chinese or Korean, but it's just by her voice. I'm guessing more Korean, but
Gary Ann says Japanese. Nas says Chinese.
And Nas said Filipinas are freaks. Hey, Filipinas not real Asians though. See, that's why when I group myself in the Southeast Asians. We're like in a bizarre, like mix match, like and so that's where you get like kind of like that. Well, we'll see. Yeah.
You could run for the meme and said Filipinos or Mexicans. You missed it.
Yeah, I come from that meme. Yeah, and a lot of Vietnamese people are kind of like, yeah, Filipinos like keep thinking I'm Filipino too, like because I do like
And say like, oh, I even like a boy at school, and so this takes a lot of the guilt.
What happened?
Yeah, it stopped playing, and it cut out the screen.
It stopped playing.
Yeah.
Yep.
No,
Share the
like,
screen again.
Yeah. It
yeah.
like share screen died.
Hold on. Yeah. It stopped playing.
Okay, hold on. Can y'all see it?
Yep.
It's back.
Yeah, we can see it again now.
And have rape fantasies, and it comes up with a bunch of reasons. And another one is that there's something sexy about feeling like you're just like irresistible. Like a guy will do literally anything to have you in that moment, even if it involves like breaking the law. So I think there's a lot of reasons, but those are the main two.
Do you think that, actually, I wanted to rephrase that question. Like, are you still turned on by quote unquote regular sex, or does it have to have some form of, force or rape involved for you to like orgasm?
I'm not really into regular sex anymore. I guess I never was in the first place. I was never turned on by like my ex-boyfriends just being really vanilla, I guess. So I would always try to incorporate things like just him being a little bit rough, or maybe I would like in my head, I would say like, I don't want this. And so it would kind of help me like break that barrier into my fantasy without like straight up saying to my boyfriend, like I don't want this, like this is part of my rape fantasy. So I kind of make it like seem like that in my head. I don't know if that is a good explanation.
Yeah, no, and it's interesting. So for the person, if you eventually would want to settle down with one person, it would be required that your sex life is focused on, rape fantasies and this type of role play.
It would definitely have to be around some sort of BDSM under like that bubble, it doesn't necessarily have to be rape all the time, but that's the thing that gets me going like the most, obviously. So he would have to be open to it for sure. But it's weird because I've never actually brought it up to any of my boyfriends, like straight up, that I'm into rape. I've always just said like, oh, I like rough sex, and that's it. That's like the extent that I'll go, because I'm just like I don't want them to get the wrong idea,
So the next person that you date, are you planning on like telling them, or are you still kind of gonna keep it to yourself?
No, I think I'm gonna keep it to myself. It is hard to like balance this in my real life. I've really only told that one like girlfriend that I have. And I just don't want people to see me any differently, because I live a very, like, in my career, I have a career where I have to kind of tell people what to do all the time. Like, I kind of have to like boss them around. And I don't want my boyfriends to feel like I want to be degraded at all, or I want to be, I don't know. It's hard to explain. Like, right now we're having an open conversation, but if you're actually involved, like if you picture your significant other saying all of this, it's a completely different story. Like, you start to wonder, like, oh, like what trauma have they been through that like makes them feel this way, or any of that. And I worry about that stuff if I ever would bring it up to a boyfriend.
Yeah, I think that's fair. Obviously, this is something that would carry, a big stigma for people just hearing it, and even just having this conversation. I mean, it definitely requires some brain power to separate, rape from the rape fantasy. And even you just saying a few minutes ago, like, to, tell my boyfriend that I'm into rape, obviously understanding that you're not into rape and you're not supporting rape, but
hey, Portia, can you pause
using
it real
a
quick?
sentence like that, there's sort of this like,
And I think that's, obviously this woman is very freaky and very, it's pretty hot to me. But I think that's one of the, I think that's the saddest part about this situation, is that, men these days, they're so, so vanilla and plain and stale. A woman nowadays they're so scared to even tell a guy what their real fantasies are, because they're afraid that he's gonna leave them. Now, mind you, if her fantasy is, yeah, I want to get gang banged, that's probably not the type of woman that you want, But this woman just has a simple, she has a simple grape fantasy, and her biggest fear,
Very simple.
very simple. I mean, she wants you to break in at night and, ravish her and take, and I think that's the sad part about it, that, guys are too uptight nowadays to just take it.
It's grape in a Greek sense. That's what Ben would say. Grape
Yes.
in a Greek sense. A Greek sense.
Yeah.
just
Abduct. I'm just abducting. This is not abuse.
Hades
It's just an
style.
abduction.
Yeah, and it's just, just think about all the guys that probably were like, oh yeah, I'm not doing this. This girl is sick, and really she just likes a little. She just likes a little foreplay, a little. I just think this is just like some, it's just a very exotic type of foreplay. Like she likes a certain type of foreplay,
Hey,
Yeah.
HB.
As long as she's explicit about, it's not a big deal. But most women want you to read their freaking minds. And
Yeah,
Hey,
and I think that's another good thing, another good point, that she knows exactly what she likes. She knows exactly what she's into, and I think that's the even hotter thing about it.
The problem is, like, she says she won't admit it to her boyfriends.
Right,
See
and I think that's the big problem, that
You know
she
what
can't
she's gonna
even.
end up as? She's gonna be like one of those people that's gonna cuck her boyfriend and make her convince him to get her like gangbanged, like random people. That's the
Yeah.
person. That's the type.
Yeah.
So I won't be her boyfriend, but I will do her. Yes.
Yeah.
HB, Darian asked if we can read the comments for this video once we're done watching it.
Oh yeah, definitely,
Oh,
definitely.
yeah, for sure,
yeah,
man.
Yeah, those comments are probably gonna be insane.
I said,
Yeah.
okay, Darian. So the answer is yes.
All right, let's continue.
Okay.
neurological disconnect where you got to like step back and say, oh, okay, wait, like this is the fantasy, this is the consensual role play. But to your point before, I did look, and there really are a ton of studies. I mean, dating back to the 70s, the 80s, recent studies of where this is one of the most common fantasies that female test subjects had. And like you said, maybe not using rape specifically, but that kind of dominating, overpowering, One study in 1998, I think it was, found over half of the participants had engaged in fantasies of rape specifically. So this is clearly something that people are fantasizing about. Just seems like not something everyone who's fantasizing about, everyone who does fantasize about it is talking about. So I guess that's why that, disconnect is there. But it does seem like a common thought for sure.
Yeah, definitely. And it's weird because, a lot of women will have these fantasies, but I think it is appropriate in some scenarios that we choose our language carefully when we are speaking about this publicly, like in our conversation right now. I would never want what I say about my own personal turn-ons to ever be applied to like a woman in public, like how she's dressing, like, oh, she wants it, that's like my biggest fear. And I was having a lot of anxiety concerning this call because I was like, how do I word my language in order to make sure that I draw that line and really stress the consent portion of this. Like there's checkpoints literally at every step of the way for both myself and my partner. So it is really difficult to talk about this as a woman. I feel like you don't want to farther the stigma that women are asking for rape,
Yeah, and I also think that you did a good job in the beginning of this of kind of putting that out there like at first, because I mean, like I was asking you before, there is a fine line between, a rape fantasy that does require consent, obviously, and an actual rape. There's still like the consent is the thing that changes that whole thing. So I mean, you also, I think, have to understand, I think there will be a couple of people that may be like, like not agree with this or not, whatever. But at the end of the day, I think that, especially on this show and the community that we've created, like a lot of people, they're open-minded and they're not very judgmental. And I think people just need to remember that there is consent involved in this, even though that it is a fantasy. I mean, we've been doing the show long enough to know that, everyone out there is into something, and for whatever reason, it's not always this big traumatic event that has happened or whatever. It's just something that's sort of innate in people, and they choose to indulge in. So I don't think that, you should be too worried about, what you're doing. But I do understand, your concern of being like, I don't want to say the wrong thing because I'm really not like condoning this.
Right.
But, it is something that does kind of turn you on. So it's like how you're, going about it, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. And I like to compare it to things like, like how you go on Pornhub and there's a lot of like, oh, like my stepsister did this or my stepmom did this. I think a lot of the people who like watch that stuff, they don't actually support like incest, but it's the fantasy that gets them off. And it's really similar to my own in that way.
Yeah, exactly. There's people who are into giant green aliens coming down and having orgies with them. Like, it doesn't mean that's what you want to happen in real life. But yeah, and obviously, I'm sure this is a fan.
I mean, if the alien is hot, but I do agree with her though. With me, I'm not sure if it's the title, if it's more the title or the girl. Sometimes I do think like the stepmom, the hot stepmom, that type of thing is kind of hot. But like I think like in the real world, I obviously I wouldn't want to have sex with my stepmom. Like that would be.
Are you sure?
I mean, if she was hot, but no. But even like my dad's wife, she's pretty hot. And every time I see her, she's always saying like, yeah, you look just like your dad when I first met him.
God.
And I'm just like, why do you keep saying this? Why do you keep saying this to me?
Oh no.
You look just like your dad when I first met him. I'm like, all right, Ah,
Oh
so,
boy.
hey, Bob, man, thanks for that. Thanks for that cash app, man. I definitely
Woo!
appreciate
Go
you.
Bob. We're
Yeah, I
flying the
appreciate the.
mile high life, man.
Yeah, the Mile High Club. Officially a part of the Mile High Club, man. Thanks to Bob, man. I appreciate that. So I think this is, you know, I really believe a lot of the reasons why relationships don't work is because people aren't open and honest about what they're into sexually. And I think a lot of people, there's a lot of shame that comes with that, and I think part of being in a relationship, a committed relationship, is you have to have a strong you got to have a strong sex life, and I think if you are into fate rape fantasies, that is something that you should discuss. And you know I think I really do think that's the downfall of a lot of relationships, that you know and then too, guys sometimes they get freaked out by what their women are into. Like she may, like, I'm not even gonna lie, there was a girl I was dating, she was only into anal, and it really
Oh
kind
my
of freaked
god.
yeah, it really freaked me out.
Oh.
Now looking back at it, I kind of wish I was more mature about it, because I kind of made her feel a way about it, you know you know but that's just what she was into. And so
Hey
what
HB, did
yeah.
you ever work for Kink.com?
No. It is a
So
great
it
website
was
though.
based in SF, you know that, right? San Francisco at one point. They had the armory. They took over like the old armory here. So it was for the National Guard, right? They used to use that army for real stuff before, but they sold that thing for leasing to make money. So
Mhm.
it was leased out to Kink.com or something.
Wow.
And yeah, I went in there. You could have tours. You could watch them like do it live.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, wow. But they had some cool Halloween parties there. So you could go in there and you could get these porn stars to do crap to you. No joke.
Wait. So you could sit there and watch a scene live?
I think so. Yeah. I didn't do that tour, but I did go to the Halloween parties though, and they had the porn stars like you would go in this haunted room and whatever, and then or like this place where like you just get strapped down and then like this porn star spit in your mouth and stuff. It was like hilarious. I was just
Ah.
laughing. Like the whole time, I was just laughing. I was just could not stop laughing at this retarded stuff. This porn star kept like
Ah.
trying to say, "Why are you? What the heck is going
Yo, yo, if a porn star ever spit in my mouth, I might end that fucking bitch, man. I might fucking.
My friend liked it though. Oh my god, he
Oh,
loved it. I was
yeah.
like, "What is going on here?"
Yeah. Yeah, that's pretty
But the
sick.
other reason I like that place because they own the bar across the street from there, so that's where everyone hung out. Because they had good cocktails. So if John's still here, if you wanted nice fancy cocktails, they served the best. They had really good ones. The
Just think of
bartender
it as a ranged kiss.
Arranged kiss, yeah. Think of it like that. So when I brought anytime I brought a girl there, I would just tell everyone, "Oh, she's a porn star. Yeah, she's a porn," and that people would just believe it.
Wow. Yeah, I wouldn't be yeah, I don't know if I would want to watch. I feel like it's one of those things where you think you would want to until you're actually watching, and then you're just kind of like grossed out. But if you watch porn, it's pretty much the same thing. So yeah, that is interesting. But yeah, I think people should be open about what they're into, and I think that's how you really build strong relationships. You got to be open and honest. And and I think this girl right here proves that, you know, us as guys, yeah, we're sick, twisted freaks, but this girl proves that, you don't know what these girls are really into until you get to know them. She says she's got a great job, she's in a
Yeah,
position of
but you see,
power.
she's ashamed of it. She won't tell anybody in her real life about this.
Yeah, I
And
think she's only ashamed of it because the guys that she's dealt with, you know. I think that if a guy just, um, accepted her for who she is, but you know, I think maybe her issue is she probably likes multiple guys to do this, and I think that's the issue with
if
her.
that's the issue, that's why I said she end up eventually she's gonna marry someone and she's gonna slowly convince him to be the cuck and make
Yeah,
him make
okay.
him watch a bunch of random guys gangbanger. That's what
Yeah, yeah.
eventually will happen. Yeah.
Yeah, yeah, you're probably right about that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So yeah. This is what happens when Asians get to yeah, they don't want to talk about sex and stuff like that. This is what happens. Yeah.
Yeah, 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 yeah,
hmm
yeah. All right, go ahead, Portia. Go ahead, go ahead.
Fantasy that a lot of men have too on the other end, to be that dominating, to
And the
something.
submissive.
Yeah,
A lot
totally.
of guys who just want to be raped by a bunch of women or
Yeah.
one woman, and it happens both ways. Like, women can be the perpetrators in this fantasy too.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. And yeah, this obviously, should not be misconstrued or used to say, see, women do think this and women do want that, because that would be just immature and dumb. And this doesn't, this shouldn't discredit any rape victims or anyone that's, any survivor that's coming out and speaking about this clearly. But wow, this was very eye-opening.
Yeah. there's a lot that isn't talked about.
Yeah. Do you so do you have any of these role plays planned, or do you plan on doing one in the near future? Are you like how often, and what's your schedule look like, I guess?
Yeah. So in my Google Calendar, no.
I was like, holy shit. I was like, oh my God.
Yeah, no. So I do have a couple of guys who I have explored this in the past with, and basically whenever I do want to set up something, they're willing to, and I can always, sometimes things get like too personal, and I see this guy like too often that it doesn't become scary anymore. So I have to go on Tinder and I have to find a new guy, or I have to go on like the Pen Pal website and find a new guy in my area. So I usually participate in one of these like bigger-ish fantasies every
Pause it real
couple
quick
of
again,
weeks, I would say.
Portia.
So wait,
And see, Get Crack, you were spot on, man. Her issue isn't the fantasy. It's that her issue really is more so she needs a lot of different guys to do this. So she's somebody that, you can't really. So I would imagine somebody wrote in the comment section earlier, what is her political belief? And I think it was Stanley. I think she's definitely a liberal.
Yeah, there's no way she can be conservative with that ideology. She is not a marriage type of woman, or a woman to get married. She needs multiple dicks weekly.
Weekly, yeah,
Weekly.
weekly.
Yeah.
Maybe even daily. Maybe even
Yeah,
daily.
maybe. But she said that earlier, though. She said that it's a few. She'll have a few guys, and she'll let them know, like, hey, throughout the week. So, and it's like she can't be monogamous with one person, because she'll get bored, because she wants to be scared to have sex. That's incredible.
Yeah. Imagine like me and Angel are both scheduled for that week, and we show up on the same day. Like, that would be weird.
Oh my God. I love you guys so much. But that was like good HB.
Yeah, that would be pretty uncomfortable. Like, you got the top, I got the bottom. I don't how do we go about this? I don't know. But yeah.
Follow my lead. Follow my lead.
Yeah, follow my lead is crazy.
But I'm pretty sure that's happened before, like where two guys or even three guys showed up at the same time. Because you remember in the beginning, she said that the porn that she's into is the
It's
gangbang porn.
gangbang. Yeah, yeah.
So just imagine three of them showing up at the same time, and maybe the other two didn't realize that's what it was, but since they're all into the same thing, the dudes just barged in, probably had on mask and some gloves and stuff, and they pinned her down and slapped her, choked her a bit, and she let them all just have turns with her. And they just leave her there.
I actually was trying to say something a little bit ago, but I don't know if you guys heard me or if my audio wasn't working properly. But going back to where she says that she keeps her door open for up to a week, I'm surprised she ain't concerned about being burglarized.
Well, I think, Angel, I think her coochie being taken, I think that's all she's really concerned about. I don't think she's worried about the
So
flat
she could care less that she got a home robbery then okay, I guess her safety is not her concern.
Hey,
well, she probably has enough stalkers. She probably has enough stalkers that her home is secure because it's always like 2 or 3 watching out for her. So if a robber does come by, they're gonna attack him anyways.
That's actually a great way to put it.
Hey, Angel, I think she's probably working in tech right now. She's probably one of those high up execs. And she's like, "Oh, I'm the boss girl." You heard that, right? She's the boss.
Yep,
girl.
I heard that.
So she's probably in tech. She's one of those execs, probably like a VP or something. But she just wants to be the sub. She wants to get demeaned. You see what I mean? This is common. This is common shit. And I used to. So when I used to do coke and shit like that, it's like I had a drug dealer that worked in tech. So basically, he would his clientele. Basically, he would just go to tech people's houses and deliver them. And he knew a lot of stuff about them because he was basically their only person they could talk to for real, like actually talk real shit to them, because it's scary what these tech people, like, their degenerate lives are, So did you hear about that case in San Francisco where this guy got stabbed, this tech guy got stabbed, and then everybody was like, "Oh, it was a homeless guy. It was a homeless guy." Well,
wasn't it a guy? Wasn't
Cash
it a
App
guy
executive? That was a Cash App executive.
Yeah. I do remember that.
So this stuff is normal. He was basically killed by a brother of a girl he was banging. That girl was his sister. That girl was like probably like this chick. I'm gonna get banged by a bunch of dicks, blah blah blah. And then that brother got pissed off because of something he said or whatever.
I left tech for logistics because it wasn't degenerate enough to keep up. It wasn't a deceptive or degenerate enough to keep up with the tech people. So I left for logistics. I'm just not strong enough.
Yeah, but these people are crazy. They go up in these high power positions and they have degenerate parties, man.
Yeah.
Hey guys, I'm testing out a new mic. Are you able to hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Affirmative.
Oh, okay, good. Is it better than the other mics?
I don't know.
This one actually sounds a lot better.
Yeah, you sound great. I mean,
you want to boost your bass a bit? We gotta have that booming bass sound from John.
I need to tone the settings up.
Yeah.
Yeah, Mavid G says, I heard the CEOs, politicians, and other powerful men like to get dominated too. Yeah, I hear that's actually pretty common.
I mean, do y'all watch the show The Boys?
Never seen it.
I'm familiar with it.
Okay, so in The Boys, there's several politicians in that show that like to be dominated by women in power, and they like for the women to tie them up, beat them, choke them. They like all of that, and it's in that show. So I'm sure it's not just a TV show thing. It has to be a real life thing too.
I once dated a woman that liked it, real aggressive like that. Never multiple men, but at least she didn't tell me. But I will say this: it's very difficult to get up like that, mentally. To for someone to just you're going about holding hands and you get home and she wants you to just rip her clothes off. That's it's very difficult from a mindset standpoint.
Yeah, I gotta agree. I think what makes it easier sometimes though is if you have like kind of like time apart, but I think it's a lot harder if you see this woman every day and she likes it rough, but maybe if you see her maybe like once a week or you know what I mean, like you can kind of build up that mentality to, I'm gonna grape her next time I see her. I think it is hard for men though. Like when you really like a girl to treat her like, you know, like shit kind of.
Day in and day out. You may be the role play once every now and then, but every day,
Yeah.
every time you
Yeah.
do it.
Yeah. 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 This girl she might just need to get into porn, honestly. Yeah, she seems like the type, but she probably just makes too much money to even do porn.
Oh,
Yeah.
really?
Yeah. 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 I honestly wonder what she looks like. Honestly, I'm yeah, wonder. Yeah, yeah. But she probably, as a fellow Asian, get cracked. Do you think she would bring great shame to her family?
Yeah. If
Yeah.
she revealed this, no way. Yeah, it's over.
What kind of men is she dating get cracked?
Probably a bunch of boring white boys. That's what I'm thinking right now.
Well, who's doing the raping of her?
Random, like crazy anybody. I couldn't even imagine she probably could be having some cholos run on her right now, like like crazy shit. Yeah, for
probably
real.
some police officers. I would bet.
John, I was thinking about that the whole time too. I'm like, I wonder if it's because I feel like I was wondering if it was black guys the whole time, but I feel like black guys would be way too scared to do something like this. So
Really,
I feel like it
really.
has
You
to
think
be white guy.
like they would just be like, oh, this is a trap.
Yeah. Most black guys would be like, nah, this is too good to be true. Nah. Nah.
I would
Hey,
say
you're
it was a
turning-
trap.
Man, you're turning a good deal down. You got to find these communities, HB. You got to go deep into it with MFB, man.
Yeah. Nah. I'm with you. I just feel like it only takes one bad graping to ruin it. Now I'm doing 25 to life, and it's just like, God. You know? But I got a feeling that she's probably I don't know. I don't think she really cares about the type of guys. I think for her it's more of the experience. And I think if she really wants the full grape experience, she kind of has to go with the black guys. Unfortunately. But yeah.
Y'all want to play some more, or
I didn't
Yeah.
say that. It was HB that said that. See, like, oh, see who's a racist now.
I mean, Portia, when you think of aggressive graping, what race comes to mind?
white men?
Really? Okay. All right.
Interesting.
That's very
Is that
interesting.
fantasy? Ooh, yeah.
All right. Yeah, is that a fantasy, Portia?
No, not at all. That
Hmm.
everything she's saying, it's horrifying to me. Just the thought. I can't even imagine putting myself in that mental state to be able to withstand the things that she's describing.
Yeah.
I would shoot someone.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
Portia
So when she was quoting
yeah.
those statistics, Portia, do you believe them? Like, oh, everyone that got graped, like, what'd she say? 50%, 60% was like, oh, they liked it when they were being graped, and it's like, what? I know that's been told before, but can I believe those studies?
I mean, I honestly, maybe before hearing this girl, but it's like after hearing her and the way she talks about it, and like how, like, the scarier the better. It just makes me think that a lot of women do like it, especially like in today's time. Even since they mentioned feminism, a lot of women are, and they've been doing this since they've been allowed to. Anyways, they try to trap these guys and set these guys up with these brutal what sexual assaults that they, say that men have done to them, but many women do it on a consistent basis. So it seems like it's a fetish, or like she said, a kink. So I think that it is more women that are into that. And then they like it. They're into it so much that they want to get the cops involved, and they want to see them go down, type of thing. Like, really real, because
that's why I was saying that earlier, as though it would be a setup.
Angel, hold on.
No,
One
go
at
ahead.
a time, Angel. Okay, you were done, Portia?
Yeah, I'm done now. I'll be done. Go on.
Go ahead, Angel.
I'm good.
Oh, come on, Angel.
Wow, man, you were about to say something. Oh man,
I mean, you forced yourself in the middle of the conversation, Angel. You kind of.
Well, what I was said, that's like the point that I was making earlier when I said about it being like a setup for her role play, the thing that she's doing, where it would be would be a setup where she's trying to get rid of all men.
Yeah. All right, Portia, go ahead.
So after you guys have sex,
Mm-hmm.
do you guys just not have any communication because that would not like do it for you? Like you like, all right, just like leave now. Like do they leave like as if like they're still role playing after after you guys have sex? They just like leave. So if you establish like an actual relationship or rapport with this person, you're like, I can't do it anymore. It doesn't do it for me.
Yeah. Have you guys heard of Aftercare at all?
No.
So it's really big in the BDSM community, and it's basically like a appointed time after you are both involved in a fantasy where you just take like an hour to reflect on like how comfortable it was for you guys and make sure both of you guys are okay mentally and you both know that it was just a fantasy. So I know a lot of people, almost everyone is involved with some aftercare, I would say, in this community, because you are dealing with really difficult things as the victim and and as the dominant. It's not always fun to pretend like you're hurting someone even if you're into it, and it's not always fun to be hurt. So usually I will participate in some aftercare, and then after that I usually don't text them again or don't call them, don't see them unless it is to set up another meeting. So I do like that anonymity that comes with it, because I think it adds more excitement.
Yeah, that's cool to hear. We haven't heard about that, but right, it's kind of just that mental health check after, because a scenario like that, I imagine, could be emotionally traumatizing in certain ways. You're going through a lot, and like you said, even though there's clearly an aspect to this that you enjoy, you said early on, it's like, why do I have this kink? Why do I have this desire inside of me, this itch that I need to scratch? So it's not just something that it's something that if you feel like you have to do, it's nice to have that kind of check in on the mental health side after, and make sure that both parties are okay. So that's really interesting to hear. And I did want to ask, because you just said that besides the or I guess finding new partners.
Okay, so out of curiosity, I went to that website, and it's a lot. It's a lot. It says things like examples of aftercare: caring for wounds and injuries. Any bruises, abrasions, or other injuries need proper care. This might mean cleaning and bandaging of abrasions, rubbing soothing ointment on an ass that's been spanked red, or applying an ice pack to reduce inflammation of any body part.
That's hot.
A first aid kit should always be available. Replenishment: a glass of water or a bottle of Gatorade hydrates your body and introduces needed electrolytes because we need those. Or consider a soothing tea if that's what you like. It's also helpful to provide a snack to bring balance back to your body after your session.
Yeah. Portia, usually after sex for me, I usually like to eat animal crackers.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Usually a apple juice
No
and
scones and tea and crumpet for you, huh?
nah,
It's
no,
animal crackers and a 40.
no, I usually like apple juice and animal crackers. Yeah, after. Yeah. What? So like so what do you think about that, Portia? Do you think that's because I know in Hollywood now usually when there's a rape scene being filmed in Hollywood, there is somebody on set who deals with like mental issues. They usually have some sort of psychologist, psychiatrist, whatever, that actually preps the actors and talks to them after the fact too, make sure their mental is okay. Um, and they usually try to keep a very, kind of jovial um, uh, environment for the actors involved because it can't even in a totally kind of controlled situation, just the act from both parties, from the man and the woman, it can play a mental uh it can do something mental for it can affect you mentally negatively, like especially if you're a guy, if you're with a girl that only likes grape and then you realize like, wow, I just had I just bust the fattest nut I ever busted. Now there's an issue there.
Hey, bruh, are you gonna sue people now? But like, this is reverse feminism. Now we're going into like.
Yeah. So I think so Portia, what do you think about like that post rape kind of, I guess, toolkit or conversations? Do you think this is something that should be had, or do you think you guys should just be mature, be adults, and just you guys know what you
Uh,
guys know what you signed up for?
well, the one that I just read was from the submissive person, but this one that is from the dominant one, it says guilt is common even for experienced dominants who might suddenly wonder what sort of monster can enjoy hurting the person they love the most.
Yeah.
Endorphins can lead to a high, but coming back down from it can be quite the crash. While people recognize sub drop, few of them talk about dom drop or top drop. Top aftercare can look familiar or can look similar to that for submissives, including food or drink to replenish the body, but it can go away for a long time for those that have been swinging a flogger for a prolonged period. Just like a few words of affirmation can do wonders to help them. And sometimes they may need hours or even months to come back around to the idea of participating in the activity again. And this is especially important if there's a needy submissive that wants to, do this all the time. But if that is the case, they benefit from having a trusted third party or fourth party who can take over tasks and errands until the dominant can return to full participation. So I guess what they're suggesting is that these people do have mental effects from it. And so they have to come back to life or normal, or listen, all of this is crazy. That's what I think.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, I think it's crazy. Wow. This is interesting. I mean, there's a whole community.
Yeah. Do you have the
We're learning a
website?
lot in this show, man. We're learning a lot.
Yeah. Do you have the website to that community?
Yeah, drop the link in the private chat, please.
Okay, I'll
Is it? It's not on there. Where is it?
Yeah. No, put it in the main chat. So just in
Oh,
case
he can't
we have
drop a link in the main chat. The YouTube won't let him.
Should I put it in the main chat?
Yeah. Put
No,
it in the main chat.
I got in the. Okay, I'll
Oh,
put it up.
one of y'all have it? Because I just put it in
Okay,
the back
okay,
chat. You can
right
put it in the
there,
main chat.
right there.
Yeah.
Aftercare, guys. If you're a sub or a dom, you know you need some aftercare. That's some
Yeah.
hard work doing this, man. Shit, the psychological damage. I'm getting PTSD listening to y'all. This crap. What the hell?
Wow, Cam the King said there are events for shit like this where people network. Wow, imagine going to a great networking event. Wow, Jesus Christ. They got like ball gags and handcuffs there or something.
No, it's just one of those munches. They're boring. I don't like them.
Oh, okay.
Okay, HB, you know, I mentioned this girl in the main chat, this Maylee. You ever heard of her?
No. She an adult film star?
So this is what I said. Like, you think this girl can't go into porn? They don't care about the money, dude.
Yeah.
You don't know how degenerate this gets, because Maylee, she's famous on the internet because she was a girl that went to facial abuse. All right, you guys talk about ghetto gaggers and whatever. Watch her stuff in facial abuse. She's a rich girl, man. She's a trust fund baby.
Yeah.
Her dad works in Goldman Sachs. She's
wow.
basically half Asian, half white. All right, and she just went to do this degen stuff like when she turned 18.
Wow. He must be
She
proud.
did 2 scenes. She did 2 scenes, and it's the most famous of them because she loved it.
Yeah, I'd be interested in watching that.
She did not cry.
For research
She
purposes.
loved it.
Yeah. For research purposes. Yeah, I'd be
So that's
interested.
why I said, man, some of these girls, they're wound up tight because they, you know, they're not. Their parents probably were real strict. They didn't talk no sex. Go to school, study, do your shit, and then this is what happens.
Yeah, so she likes a good face fucking, pretty much.
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Wow. Bless her heart. Wow. Well,
partners when you need to. Would that affect a long-term relationship for you? If you found one person that you want to settle down with, would you fear that they wouldn't be able to play that role for you because they would become too familiar in your life?
I've definitely thought about that a lot. You know, eventually I'm in my late 20s now, and eventually I do want to settle down with someone. And I feel like with everyone who has sex, you have to keep things fresh in a long-term relationship, you know? And me personally, I'm always worried that things are just gonna like fizzle out too early because of this like urge. And especially if I don't tell them that I'm into this, I feel like I might not be getting the gratification, like full gratification, if you know what I mean.
Mm-hmm.
So it's definitely a worry of mine. I'm gonna have to cross that bridge eventually, whenever it happens.
Yeah, I guess there's nothing else you could do. I mean, you know, I think, sure, maybe your sex life is a little more extreme than others, but, you know, I think that goes with any settling down for anyone or marriage. I mean, you know, there's just things you have to navigate when it comes. But wow, thank you so much for, you know, describing this and being so honest about this. Because like we said, you know, we had no idea. And I think you really gave us a strong understanding of, you know, both what this is in general in terms of the community that's out there, but mostly, you know, what this is for you and your personal experiences. And, you know, I think you just did a really good job of, you know, separating the fantasy from what rape is in the real world, and that this doesn't justify rape in any way or attribute anything positive, you know, to rape. So thank you for that.
I appreciate you guys giving me a platform to talk about this, because I feel like since it's so like hush hush among women, I think it's important to at least, you know, acknowledge it and have an open conversation, I guess.
Yeah, for sure. Well, again, we really appreciate it because, you know, this is not something that you've, you know, expressed to a lot of people. So we appreciate and, you know, we're honored that you'd come on and kind of talk about it and kind of educate people on, you know, this sort of thing, because I guess it is a very taboo sort of fetish.
Yeah.
And if it
Sounds like they're wrapping up. Do y'all want to keep listening, or y'all want to go to the comments?
Let's go to the comments.
Comments.
Yeah, let's go to the
Comments.
comments. Yeah.
All right. So the first one says, "Why does your house keep getting broken into?" Oh, the next person says, "It's the neighbors that don't care about her well-being for me." Oh, okay. I wish they wouldn't use the word rape since they're consenting and wanting this. Maybe just surprise sex, LMAO. But in all seriousness, surprise. Okay. I think this could be dangerous, especially meeting up with someone online.
Oh yeah, someone said zoom in. Someone said zoom in chat. Yeah, we probably should zoom in. This is too widescreen for some
Control
people.
plus.
People looking on their phones can't see this. Yeah.
There we go. There we go.
And neither can the old people.
How about that? Is that better?
Yeah, no, that's
Yes.
perfect. That's perfect. Yeah, that's perfect.
All right. So we have, I just heard about this a few days ago. The term they used was consensual, non-consensual sex.
Ah.
Oh,
Too many syllables.
Can we all agree that surprise, semi-planned, discussed sex is different to rape? Even the phrase "you can rape me" doesn't make sense. I think it needs a different name.
Ravage. We made a name for it. Ravage.
Yeah, you know, I think the comment section kind of proves that these guys are super liberal. Obviously, we know this is consensual, and I think a lot of times liberals, they get so focused on the verbiage and you know, she likes what she likes. And this the thing too. Like, I hate how people are trying to shame her for her kink. Now, we might not be into it, you know, but they're trying to shame her for what her kink is. And it's just like, let that woman be, man. I'm trying to go ahead, Portia.
Well, she says, "I see absolutely nothing wrong with the CNC role play, nor is it my place to judge this woman or anyone. But my real concern here is she is meeting strangers from the internet. Even if their pictures match up with the person coming into the coffee shop or whatever, you do not know who they actually are. You could literally be inviting a serial killer into your home." But that's what she wants, right?
Yeah, that's
we
what
don't
she
know who
wants.
anyone actually is. So even yourself. So it's a moot point.
Yeah.
The only thing about this that is concerning me is that she finds so many men who get off when the woman they are with is fighting back, acting as if she doesn't feel comfortable. I just can't imagine being able to look past that and take part. Listen, English.
Yeah, what do you think about that, Portia? Like, just the fighting back aspect. Would let me ask you this. Would you, let's say you were in that situation where you're consenting to this and you're fighting back, and then the guy that you're with, he gets even more turned on. Would that be a little concerning for you?
Of course it would be.
Yeah, it's kind of hot.
Jesus Christ. No means no. Okay. So I listen, I don't want to be in a position to where I'm fighting you.
Yeah.
Like fighting you off of me. But like, I guess I could say that it is concerning. I don't want to know. I don't even know if I would say that it's concerning for a woman, because she finds so many men who get off on this, because men are men. So, I mean, I'm not surprised, you know?
Yeah.
Let's see. Oh, okay. To a regular person, this seems so bizarre, but I actually know many girls who have similar fantasies. Maybe not to this extent, but I know girls who fantasize about being overpowered and out of control during sex, similar to being submissive. But I think people would be very surprised that this is actually quite common.
I agree. I think it's, you know, I think it's very common. You know, now would I want my daughter to be participating in this type of behavior? Probably not. But you know, whatever floats your boat.
Yeah, not without like jujitsu training, so she can always reverse most people. But
Yeah, Yeah, I hope she. Yeah, I hope she knows jujitsu.
That's
That
why
might come
CT
in.
took jujitsu, man. That's why
Yeah,
CT took it.
yeah,
He
yeah,
never knows when someone jumps out and does, oh, surprise sex. What the fuck?
yeah. Ha ha ha. Put their cock in a rear arm naked chokehold. Maybe that's what the naked part means. The naked chokehold, the rear arm naked chokehold.
We're naked jokey.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Go ahead, Portia.
Wow. Okay. So this one, I mentioned this earlier, but this one says when she said if he wants to come in and move stuff around and make it creepy, he can. I dropped my phone on my desk like it was a giant spider. Like
Yeah.
just the thought of somebody coming into my house, because I know where everything is in my house, and it's something is moved, I'm automatically in protection mode. Like who's in here?
Yeah, that would freak me out, honestly. Like if some girl just came over while I'm sleeping, just move like the dishes around and stuff, and you know, cooked me breakfast and just left it on the table.
Oh, okay, I looked up rear naked choke. So naked means it doesn't require a key to work. So.
Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Now that I think about it, I think if a woman broke into my house and did my laundry and left, I guess I wouldn't be that afraid. Now that I think about it, but
Well, this one is a good one, a good question to me, and for those of you in the chat and on the panel. It says, "What if the guy doesn't want to leave her alone and becomes a real stalker?" I didn't think about that. So, like, what if he doesn't want to leave this girl alone and he's always there? So, just imagine he becomes a stalker and she calls the cops and she goes into the interview room to go over questions with the cops. What does that scenario look like?
I think the cops would probably be turned on listening to her story, but it's such a man, it would be really hard to kind of understand, like, as a cop. I'm sitting there as a cop, I'm getting turned on by this story, but I mean,
I mean, so she
no.
calls him a stalker. So, like, how does she explain that? Would it be like, yeah, okay, so he's been stalking me for the last 7 months. I can't get rid of him. And the cop is like, well, how did you meet him, ma'am? Well, we met online through this BDSM site for rapes, fantasy. It's a kink. Okay, ma'am. Well, okay, so I didn't want to know what he looked like, and I didn't let him know what I looked like. I just told him what I was wearing. I was sitting at a Starbucks, and I got up and went to my car. He followed me home, and I left my door open for him for a week, every month, and he could just come in and rate me whenever he wanted to, because that really turns me on. But I was done with him, and so like now he won't leave me alone. So I really need your help. Does that not sound crazy?
Do you have his phone number? Do you need to just call him and say, stop it?
Yeah, no, I think it would be very hard for the police officer to kind of conceptualize it and understand. But I think there is a line that's drawn, and maybe on these sites they have like reviews too. So maybe like, oh wow, this guy has 50 confirmed safe rapes. Wow, I can I can trust this guy.
Wow.
I
No.
Seems pretty safe to me.
Yeah, or if John was on that page, the lady would be like, I liked him, but he lived in the hood. I don't. I didn't feel safe.
No,
I
it
felt
would,
safe
it would
with
be more
him.
like, oh, John's too caressing. Oh, he's too soft. I needed a fucking real thug. This guy wasn't black enough or something. It was like, oh my god, what the fuck?
Nah, she would say he was. I felt safe with him, but his neighborhood wasn't too safe. Like, wait a minute.
That's the problem. That's exactly the problem. That was
Yeah,
exactly
right.
the problem.
Wait, you stupid bitch. What do you mean? What are you talking about? Fucking yeah.
So right now I'm thinking about like a real rape, and so she wants it to be scary. And I don't believe she mentioned this, but are we talking like the guy walks up to you and you in some alley somewhere, and he pulls out a pocket knife and slams you up against the brick wall, and he puts the knife to your throat?
Oh yeah, this is hot.
Is that? I mean, how much more scarier can you get beyond that? Like, what if he comes in with a basketball bat, or what if he brings in an unloaded gun and points it at her and tells her to like strip or something before I
Oh
shoot you?
wow.
Like, I mean, like, what are we? What like?
Man,
How?
hey, you're making HB real hard right now. He's bricked up.
Yeah,
Wait a minute. Stop.
yeah. This
Oh
is kind of
God.
you know
Boys are gross.
I'm
Yeah.
not a prolific rapist, but I would imagine if
Oh, you're a rapist, but not prolific. All right, we
yeah
got it.
yeah
MFB, I got him.
I'm not a rape connoisseur, but I would imagine if you're gonna use a weapon, I would imagine a knife would be more because I feel like
Oh, she's
women.
Asian. What if she had a sword?
Oh Jesus Christ! Oh, a katana.
Yeah, she had a katana, like just laying out on her coffee table.
Over
Ah,
coffee.
gee. Oh God. A sigh. You got the sigh or a kendo stick. You got
Oh
a
man, Jesus Christ! This could go so. I need to see these rape reviews now.
yeah. I
That's
need.
more interesting than looking at these.
I don't know if that's the rabbit hole y'all want to go down. Y'all know where you go. You go to Reddit.
Yeah, no. I think John's about to start a new live too.
Oh yeah,
So
somebody else. Okay. All right. Well,
yeah.
guys, this
Yeah,
is
no, y'all go ahead. Y'all go ahead.
Okay.
I'm doing some. I'm actually setting up like some mics and stuff like that. So y'all go ahead.
Okay.
I'm
Okay.
going
Okay.
All right. Well, we can continue with the comments, or we can go to something else.
Now let's do maybe like 10 more comments and see what these people are saying.
okay. So she says, personally, as a rape survivor, I can understand this kink, and for me, there is no shame. I'm sure it feels comforting knowing all that happened, but under your own control.
Yeah, you know, Portia, I can totally understand that perspective too. It's kind of like you're confronting your biggest fear and you're conquering it. You know, like you're afraid to ride the bike with the training wheels off, and you know you just decide one day, hey, you know, I'm gonna take the training wheels off. I'm gonna take full control of this situation, and that feeling's got to be gratifying, you know, if you are a great survivalist, you know,
Well, so somebody responded and they said, that's what I don't think people get. Even in other BDSM scenarios, the submissive still has control. And then the girl who said that she's a survivor, she says, right, there's still mutual respect happening. I don't understand this. I don't get it.
I think it's more so like you're conquering your fear. You know, if your fear is, just imagine if this did happen to you, you were you know, violently raped by like you know, a special needs person, for instance, and you
Um,
have this fear of special needs people now, and one
so
day you're just like, you know what, I'm gonna call Angel and tell him to
Oh man, what
Uh,
I'm gonna I'm gonna conquer I'm gonna conquer my fear and be in control of this. I get, like, I understand how that could be somewhat empowering if you really think about it, you know?
I'm not really thinking about it.
Okay. All right, for sure.
Yeah, I think it's terrible. So this
Man.
guy says, caller, if you read this, I want you to know there is a man that will be 100% okay with this, that you will be able to have a long-term relationship with. My wife and I have been together for 12 years, and our sex life has some pretty extreme kinks. I don't judge her and never have judged her for her sex kinks. I felt a little sad when you expressed that you don't feel like you could tell a partner for fear of judgment. I hope you find it, and thank you for sharing.
Yeah, this guy definitely gets fucked in the ass. Respectfully, respectfully, respectfully.
That was so kind and compassionate.
Yeah, that guy definitely takes it up the ass. But yeah. I think there are limits. Now, if your woman's into, getting handcuffed and ball gagged, that's one thing. But, if she wants you to videotape it while, Tyrone breaks her back in, you don't want to support that type of stuff. I mean, or maybe you do. I don't know. Maybe that's your thing. I don't know. I just think there's like a level of respect you want to keep in your relationship. So you don't want to be for that. But yeah, this guy definitely sounds like a cuck.
Yeah. Uh yeah, I know I'm gonna get a lot of hate for this, but I do really like this kind of fantasy, and I know where she's coming from.
Ooh, ooh, okay, okay, all right, all
Yeah, I
right.
hate you somehow for that. Even though I watch Bible Black, yeah.
Wow. So let me ask Angel. Angel, has this changed your perspective on anything? Do you think you'd be more open to raping or like
No, even it hasn't changed what my perspective is. Uh, the fact that there's like an actual community is just making me wonder what exactly is it like, and would I ever want to be in that community? Hell no. Like it doesn't change my perspective at all, regardless of the comments or what she said throughout the video.
okay.
I have one here. It says, all I can say is OMFG. I hope she has and wears protection. This is nuts. I didn't think about that. So if it's a rape, like a rape, do you think do you think she wants him to wear a condom? You think she has all these different guys just coming up in her castle freely?
Well, I always
Probably
carry
not.
condoms with me, but I don't know what she wants.
Yeah, probably not. I think that would take away from it,
Gonna
honestly.
take away from it. So
Yeah.
she has to go and get tested every couple of weeks, maybe, to make sure she doesn't have the clap, the herp. Yeah,
Ooh,
no.
man.
Yeah, I always insist on wearing them. So
Okay. All right. So yeah. Yeah. HB, thank you so much for sharing this video with us. And
Yeah, yeah,
yeah,
yeah, yeah,
I
yeah,
don't
yeah, yeah. No. I think we can end it.
This is what we're ending on.
Yeah.
you asshole, man. You are a fucking asshole.
do you have something better to end on?
No, I can't, man. Oh man. Oh my god.
Hey, get cracked. You see what the next topic I have coming up?
You
I
said
think this is
something
gonna
about
be
Donald
it.
Trump and Bitcoin.
Yeah, I think this is gonna be very, very interesting.
I'm definitely gonna need some cryptos now because if I'm gonna be oh my ass.
Oh, what a morning. What a morning, guys. Good morning, everybody. Good morning.
Yeah. I think we have to like start a whole new live because I think this This live is kind of tainted now. I'm
I mean, if we want to go multiple like topics like yesterday, then we can. But I'd say if the coin one is going to be more like longer than the topic we just covered about the girl fantasizing rape of a plane roll, then I'd say okay.
So Angel, you're for sure you've never raped anyone, Angel, right?
I'm for sure. I've never done that.
Okay. Okay.
And why would I? And why would I?
I mean, that's a good question. Why would
Someone
you?
asked you to. It's
Hell
I just want
no.
surprise sex.
Hell no. Even if they try to offer some type of royalty or say, well, what is you want most right now from your Amazon playlist? And I tell them my most desired thing that I've been wanting to get for so long, even if she tried to purchase it for me, that still ain't going to get me to do any form of rape on her.
So even if she got you the SpongeBob collection, all the SpongeBob episodes.
Whether it be the SpongeBob collection, whether it be the PS5 or whatever, like the long-awaited wish list item on my Amazon wish list, I wouldn't do anything of that sort to her, even if she tried to buy me out.
You know what, Angel? I'm not gonna lie. If a girl bought me a P5, I might do this. I might. She bought me a P5.
Oh my god!
Come on.
I wouldn't even do it. I wouldn't even do it to Portia of HP.
All right. Come on, Angel. Come on, Angel.
I mean, I love her so much dearly, and even though I wouldn't even do that kind of stuff to her neither.
Come on, Portia's a nice lady. Portia's a nice lady. Come on.
Why would you bring Noelle into this, Angel? You sick
I'm just trying to
bastard.
get you to understand, like even if it's a woman that
You know Noelle?
You know that's what you did. You planned this. HB, you planned this. You evil fuck.
You
I
asked, and
can't
I'm
believe
answering
you. I can't believe you, Angel. Why would you?
Yeah.
He's thinking about graping Portia and Noelle right now.
Oh my god!
You sick bastard! Why would you even say that?
Yeah, Noah's a freak. Yeah, Noah's a total freak.
Come on. Noelle is not a come on.
Is that why she keeps like going on people's streams with her like sleeping in the bed?
Absolutely.
Dude, she came on Grace's stream and like she was just in the bed again. I was like, what is going on? She keeps going on random streams and doing this.
Where is Bob to stop this? Where is Bob at? This is
Bob ain't stopping this. He paid you to start it.
No.
Emperor Palpatine, remember? You're just like Darth Maul, bro.
Well, Angel, I'm not gonna lie. I am glad that you wouldn't rape Portia and Noelle. I am glad about that.
Thank you. But you guys been giving me quite the laugh today.
I'm
happy I'm making you guys laugh too.
I can't say the same for myself, but I'm glad you wouldn't, Angel. I'm kidding.
Wow.
But
HB.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Portia. I'm sorry. But that's why this video kind of interests me because I just thought it was a good topic to talk about. I listened to part of that video and I was just like, wow. So I'm not. Yeah, no. Well, partly because of you, but it's it's just a certain type of kink that as a guy, this is something that you can't ever admit to. But women on the other hand, if they say that they're into it, now we're moving. Now we're getting somewhere. Now we're coming to a certain type of understanding where it's kind of like, if we're both consenting adults and everybody plays it safe, what's the harm? What's the harm? I mean, what's the worst that could happen? I think, obviously getting the wrong address, that could happen. You know,
Well, I think in your case, and since we're all here, and John is testing out new mics, and he has a new camera, and we're trying to get HB some gear. Due to this being something that HB is interested in, please pay attention to the ticker at the bottom. Let's get HB a lot lizard, and she might make his fantasy a reality.
oh, I didn't even think about that. Wow.
Yeah.
I usually pay the lot listers, but now that I think about it, I probably could just take it from them. Now that I think about it, I just say it's my fantasy to just not pay you and take it.
Wow.
Oh yeah, this is exactly what's gonna happen in the future, man. This is the horseshoe theory. See, this is the horseshoe theory. See, you set it up so that this is what the girls want, and you're like, oh, I gotta have mine too for it because equality, right? And then we're just going around in a circle here.
Yeah, wow.
Good,
Yeah,
good.
This is, but at the same time too, I think I think this is a good way to kind of understand women at a different level. There's a lot of girls out here that have fantasies, and sometimes you got to be mature and talk to them about them. And I'm not even sure if this is like I know Stanley brought up the conservative and the liberal aspect of this, but I think this is kind of across both parties. I think both parties, just in history, you can kind of see that both parties are pretty freaky. It kind of happens on both sides.
Yeah, I don't think political affiliations have anything to do with it. But I did want to say, for those of you on the panel and in the chat, because John is going to be starting a different stream that is not as degenerate as this one. If you'd be interested in HB covering more of the stories from this page, just put a 1 in the chat and let us know, because there are so many different stories on that channel where people talk about things that are insane. So if I would be interested in another degenerate channel talking about something crazy, and you can have a little fun,
Yeah. I gotta. Yeah. I'm not gonna lie. There's so many videos that I've come across that I think are so taboo that it's interesting to talk about. And if you guys want us to cover more like weird stories like this, I mean, there's endless ones. So yeah, we could definitely keep going with this. Yeah, I definitely appreciate you guys. I know, it's a little weird, but I think this community, there's a lot of very mature people, a lot of adults here. So
what?
I think, I mean,
really?
Besides getting cracked for me, he's the only immature one here. But besides him, I think it's I think we're all mature enough to have these conversations and kind of explore these thoughts and ideas, and maybe you guys will realize, hey man, I'm not so crazy. There's people just out here think about this type of stuff like me.
Yeah, I guess so. So I guess we got a few ones in the chat, so maybe we'll do it again.
Yeah.
I enjoyed it, Portia.
Oh, okay, Angel.
Oh.
I don't think Portia enjoyed it, but all right, Angel.
This was HB's idea. This was his idea, so.
Yeah.
Well,
allegedly.
He played it, but he wanted it. But I enjoyed the stream either which way. But of course, we'll be there for the new one that John is about to get set up.
Okay. All right. Well,
playing the club music. Get out. It's time to go.
I'll see you guys on the new stream.
Well, hold on a second, Angel. Hold on. Before you leave, we're gonna get everyone's final thoughts. I know you guys hear the outro music. This has been a great stream. I appreciate everybody stopping in today. This is Trucking with HB2N and John Galt. Make sure you guys hit that like button, subscribe if you're new here, and of course, if you want to keep funding and supporting this content, hit the Cash App, $HB2N. Music is a little too loud. All right, hold on. So we're gonna start out with oh, Hank already left. So we're gonna start out with Get Cracked for Me. Final words.
Final words, yeah. Hey, keep on going. I like this. This show is gonna have some legs, man, and we're gonna build out the whole John Galt network. We already got MFB doing his thing. We got like private eye stuff. Man, we got to do some private eye on some of these women here that got some messed up thoughts. You know, we got to fix them. And I'm gonna bring in like Solid Snake or something. He's gonna be like Black Snake Bone or some crap. We gotta fix him right, man.
Yeah.
All right, ideas coming.
All right, Get Cracked for Me. I appreciate you pulling up today, as always, though, man. And Viva, where are you from again? Where are you from again? The Asian country. Where are you from?
What the fuck? I'm Vietnamese, man.
Yeah. Viva.
What the fuck?
Viva Vietnam. Viva Vietnam.
Right. I don't think Vietnam must be associated with your network.
Let me get Crack out of here. All right, Angel. Final words,
there's
Angel.
really not much of anything else I need to say for this stream. Been a great start to my Thursday morning, guys, and thank you all for being here. Oh my gosh.
Right, let me get Angel out of here. All right, Portia. Final words.
Thank you for the stream today. I enjoyed it. It was very disgusting, but it was funny. And I look forward. What did you say?
Nothing. Go ahead.
Okay.
My bad.
And I look forward to us covering more of the stories from that channel in the future, because this was fun. And you guys be sure to hit that Cash App so that we can get the Lot Lizzie and the GoPro so y'all can see the Lot Lizzie.
Yeah.
See y'all on the next stream.
All right, let me get Portia up out of here. All right. Well, this has been another episode, you guys. I appreciate everybody coming through. Yeah, it was pretty interesting, pretty disgusting, but you know, we're not that much different from from violent rapists, I guess. I don't know. Anyway, John's got a more respectable live coming up here soon, so make sure you guys tune in, and definitely hit that like button and subscribe, and you guys have a great rest of your day, man. All right, hold on a second. I'm trying to move my tandems. All right, let me get up out of here. Let me kick HB out of here. All right, John, you can end the stream now.